Shut up and sit down.
It's the big race day for the ChampCar iRacing Series, 4 hours of Charlotte. It's a team endurance race, and there are prizes on the line. 150 champ bucks going to our winning team in just 4 hours, 15 minutes time. And for this event, we're here on the Charlotte Roval in the Ford Mustang FR500S. We've got a little bit of that ChampCar D-Class V8 American Muscle Flair around a quite technical, quite unforgiving track, and you'll get to watch all of it here on HJBC. Every minute of qualifying coming up and the 4-hour race. David Haynes with Devin Peters and Michael Derby. Devin, we are very, very excited for this one. Pretty high stakes, but this is a tough track. It might as well be the Chicago street course.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you've ever watched the NASCARs go around this thing, you know that those walls are real close and that there's plenty of ways to get it wrong. So this is going to be one of those days where the drivers, as we see one going wide right there, where the drivers are racing against each other as much as they're racing against the course. 4 hours, though, and a big prize on the line. I can't wait to get it started.
So every team with at least 2 drivers, quite a few 3-driver lineups out there as well. And they've got to decide right now who is going to do their qualifying. It's a 15-minute session on this circuit. You can see the conditions, not too much wind. That is a very nice air temperature, but the Carolina sun beating down on the acres and acres of pavement and concrete around here, and that is a toasty track temperature. I was hearing that the tyres start off very cold, quite difficult when they're cold, then they come good, and then they might overheat quite quickly with that pavement temperature as well. Drivers and teams are getting out there for qualifying. Let's have a look at who we've got, because there are some good ChampCar names out here as well. I'm going, I think, car number top to bottom here. We've got Team Family Planning with Tyler Augustino, Brooks Clayton, and Brian LeBlanc. We've got Drivetrainer Motorsport, very used to seeing them in the shorter races throughout the year in the ChampCar iRacing Series. And they've got Bowie Suin and Thomas Yankee in the number 25. Most Mint Racing has got Mr. Minty himself, Andy Cosick, and he's joined by Thomas Smith for this 4-hour race. Heartland Autosport saw them in the Sebring iRacing event just a couple of weeks ago, and they've kind of thrown their 3 drivers all together into one Ford Mustang. They got Andrew Lamming, John McManus, and Dakota Knapp. Prancing Horses in the number 69, nice. I've got Kevin Parrish and Austin Knight. Pinky's Out, well, no expectations there, surely, for Pinky's Out in a 4-hour race. They've got David Martin, Alex Harrison, and Sven Demmel. Love Racing have got Nick Love and Sean Saputra. Team Salin have got Bill Salin and Will Nonamaker. And, Bill Salin struggling with that tyre warm-up at one of the difficult parts of the track there, the sort of bus stop, snake pit kind of bit, if you will. And Alpha Velocitia, if I've pronounced that right, is Jordan Johnson and Joshua Soto. So that's 2 very, very strong drivers in there. Devin, they're starting qualifying. What are you seeing?
Well, it's an open qualifying session today, so track placement is going to be really key. And I've seen some drivers jockeying for position. It's looking like qualifying in the Formula One Grand Prix right now, with people overtaking each other left and right and trying to put themselves in the right spot. So draft will be a significant factor, despite the fact that these Mustangs have a pretty big amount of power under the right foot. And making sure that you get that draft in the right places and that you're not held up in the wrong places will be key.
Now, racing's a big family. I've driven with some of these guys. I've driven against some of these guys. And if one of your buddies or one of your rivals is out there and you want to keep up to date with how they're going today in the racing or how they're going in this qualifying, hjbc.live has your live timing. I have lots of great information about the positions, about the lap times, who's going quick, and also critically, once we get into the race, it'll have some of those pit stop times and how many laps they've been out since their last pit stop. Expecting some pretty interesting strategy out of these Ford Mustangs. They are quite thirsty. They will need to pit a couple of times in this 4-hour race, but the first flying laps of qualifying are coming in. Love Racing have gone to the top. Only 2 teams with times. It's Pinky's out. Love Racing, Drivetrainer Motorsport get their first in, but I'm pretty sure, as you see a massive drift from Pinky's out, David Martin, that the quickest laps will come sort of lap 2, lap 3. You're still preparing your tires with an out lap, a prep lap, and then into your push laps. I think that looked a very, very push lap from David Martin.
Yeah, and this race, somewhat uniquely, unlike most of our Sprint Series races, is an open qualifying race, open setup race. So the drivers will have all sort of been contributing to the setup over the last bits of practice there, and we'll see which one of them got it the most right. Right now, Pinky's out is kind of on a flyer. They've got green sectors in 1 and 2, and a purple in 3. We'll see how that looks as they race through 3 and 4 to the line this time.
Now, we're kind of operating under the assumption that most people know a little bit about the Charlotte Roval, but it is built with inside a 1.5 mile speedway, so it is way tighter than the Daytona road course, and you get these tough chicanes, these big curbs, and also the exit of basically every corner. It's either safer barrier there or it's just concrete in other places. So the track limits, boy oh boy, are they very, very enforced here.
Quicker for Pinky's out that time across the line, 129.3, but not enough to move them up a spot on the grid. Alpha Velocitia, I don't know how to read that accent. They've held on to the first place so far.
Is it Velocite?
Prancing Horses brings themselves up to second place. Kevin Parrish putting together a good lap, and a critical lap there, because I saw Kevin brush the wall on the outlap as he was going on to turn number 1 on NASCAR turn number 1.
So Jordan Johnson, Alpha Velocite, goes to the top, looking at Prancing Horses, who are 4 tenths behind, but looking to improve through the infield of the circuit before they come back out onto the oval. That's where you're going to use a lot of the fuel in the race, I think, is when you open up the throttle on the V8 this part here on NASCAR 1 and 2 around the oval, around the banking, and thirsty car.
Yeah, and we're really seeing these guys wring the life out of the tires as Jordan Johnson gets it a little bit wrong through the hairpin on the back straight there, puts it into the outside wall. And that's one of those places where the barrier will just come out and get you if you get it a little bit wrong. And there's only one layer of safer barrier there. So you smack that thing and the car is bent.
Our current provisional pole sitters are just whacked the wall as well. So everyone's put sort of a time out there and is now trying to improve, and we're seeing how challenging it is to then find those last couple of tenths here. It's still 2 cars actually without a time, Heartland Autosport and Most Mint Racing, so I don't know if there's a strategy there, although we did see Andrew Lanning with a problem, and Thomas Smith qualifying for Most Mint is out there. All the sectors are green, so they look clean so far. A little wide of the apex there, but safely within track limits. And are we going to see a time for Most Mint Racing? It takes them from 9th to 7th.
Oh no.
And I was about to say, hopefully builds them some more confidence, but right at turn 1 at the first time of asking, a big push of understeer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that this car is fitted with ABS. What it's not fitted with is traction control, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll have to check my notes on the ABS, but I know that this thing will absolutely eat you alive under throttle if you're a little too judicious with the right foot. It'll just spin you right around. It's a big, heavy car too, so you see the guys kind of fighting the understeer all the way through, and it looks almost like old Daytona prototypes did back when they were tube frame. The nose kind of flies up and down under braking and under acceleration as you wrestle these things around the track.
So this is the last team without a qualifying time at the moment. We're about halfway through the session. Andrew Lanning, it's looked clean so far. I love the black rims. There's been an art update to this car. It's been on the iRacing service for a long time. It is an old car, so it's been around a while. But they gave it a little art update recently, and that's made a lot more things adjustable. Like now you can paint your rims. I think he might have just jagged the wall at the end of the lap there, and still no qualifying time for Andrew Lanning. That could be a little bit frustrating, but they, tidied up a bunch of the stuff on the car. The dash looks better, the lights look better, the wheels look better. It's I don't know, if you've got a soft spot for this type of racing car, this is a good one.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of my favorite cars to drive in the sim. Even though it doesn't get the biggest participation numbers when you're out doing production car challenge or whatever, I find that every time you take it out for a race, it's really good racing. A lot of respectful drivers and a lot of room for sort of talent to change how the car drives. It's not quite as dampened and electronicked into perfection as some of the other cars on the service that are a little quicker.
Yeah, a lot of the other racing cars, very precise, very well engineered. This is a Ford of the 90s and early 2000s. Make of that what you will.
Yeah, live rear axle, and it shows itself as you drive around.
Now, the time in the session, 4 p.m, so this might be about the hottest the track is all day. It ought to cool off quite a bit later, and the sun doesn't need to get all the way to the horizon for the shadows to creep across the track here. You are built inside of the bowl of the speedway. You are surrounded by all of the grandstands, the structures, everything like that. You very well might see the track cool off significantly as we go later on. Love Racing look like they're improving. Prancing Horses have just towed. Everyone has a time now because Heartland Autosport have gone to 5th, and Pinky's out within a 10th of the pole time at the moment, but David Martin doesn't look like he's improving on this lap as well. It is super close amongst the top 4 cars because 0.2 of a second separates them. There is nothing between Pinky's out second, Family Planning third, and Prancing Horses in 4th at the moment. That's why you see everyone out there on circuit at the moment still trying to improve as Love Racing splits that gap, makes it 5 cars within 0.2 of a second. Nick Love has pulled out a very nice time.
Pinky's Out and Love Racing have been on the track at the same time before, and Pinky's Out is a team that knows how to win in the real world. They've gone out and raced those E30s and won in every single series they've ever competed in. So we'll see. They're definitely ones that you could have pegged in the pre-race as being contenders. They're coming around 3 and 4 right now, and we'll see if they've got a little bit extra for the qualifying this time.
Not seeing any improvement on the sectors so far for David Martin. Crosses the line, will look to start another lap. Andrew Lanning to second as Jordan Johnson improves big time to move further clear at the top of the timetable.
Yeah, that's a quick one there from Jordan Johnson, showing off the pace. And qualifying is obviously important, especially around a track like this where the confines are so tight and there's always the possibility of a few cars piling up. But it will be interesting to see what the average pace looks like once we get a little deeper into this thing. I'm not expecting the Alpha Velocity guys to run away with it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, I should have known this. Google Translate says it's just Italian for speed, so I think I knew that, but now I know it's definitely Italian. Right, pronunciation guide. I'm going to click the button. Velocità.
Oh boy.
I'll forgive you if even just say velocity, but we'll have plenty of time for that. They are Alpha Velocity at the moment with pole position and going even faster on this lap. Jordan Johnson, purple, fastest of all through the first sector, which is basically just turn 1 and around past pit exit. And then through the second sector, just about on what he's done before, keeps it very tight. You get a little bit of undulation here. You ride a crest through the infield, not really something you get at Daytona's road course, even though that circuit is certainly a little more prestigious and a little more famous and a little more historic. But what does he have through this sector that takes you around out of the infield, through the banking on the speedway, and towards the braking of what do they call it in NASCAR parlance? Is it still the snake pit, or is it the bus stop, or?
I want to say it's a snake pit, but I also know that it's also the revised snake pit. That first year with NASCAR, there was some pretty spectacular offs. So this is the version that's a little bit deeper of a chicane. It actually forces the drivers to slow down a bit rather than just launching themselves off the curbs. So they're still doing a pretty good job of that, as you can see.
I think he's backed off this one. I think. Just looking at the other two sectors weren't great. Now looking to just yeet, if I dare say, out of the final chicane to start another lap. Oh, scrapes a bit of the wall from what we saw there, but you've got to be millimeter perfect, or in fact, as they would say here, inch perfect. Right up against those walls. He goes even faster through the first sector. He's perfected that, but it's to carry the speed and keep the tire grip all the way around the rest of the lap that's challenging, and the car washes out a little bit wide there.
Yeah, turns 3 and 4 are underrated with how tricky they are, because that banking that's in the infield kind of makes it feel like there's so much more speed available, but it's almost like Oak Tree at VIR, where it feels like there's more, it feels like they're more, but as soon as you go over the limit, it's a very long slide to a very hard wall.
I love that shot there when you're coming onto the oval and you can see the drivers exiting turn 1 and there's only a wall between you as you go in the opposite directions. Checkered flag is out, so the lap you're on is going to be the last lap you get. And I'm not sure that this lap is up for Alpha Velocita and Jordan Johnson, but they are not scared of the curbs on this final try in qualifying. No one else has any purple sectors but Team Salem. Will Nonamake has gotten into the car to take over from Bill Salem. So looking to move it up from 8th. You can do this. You can bring the car in qualifying, put the other driver in, and no one else really seeming to do that. But Team Salem giving it a try. I say that. Andrew Lanning got out of Heartland Autosport and John McManus got in that one. So a few teams trying that. But for Team Salem, can Will Nonamaker make the difference out of the final corner? Nice livery they got going on. They find the checkered flag, and they're looking to improve on a 134.2, and I'm not sure that lap counted unless that lap was the 134.
No, that one was invalidated with a wall hit earlier in the lap by the looks of things. iRacing very strict about that. Even if it's quicker, it doesn't count on the stopwatch. Pinky's out, despite the powerful performance at the start, has dropped all the way down to 4th.
Yeah, and almost everyone done except Family Planning. I think practiced their pit entry, which is a good thing to do because it's not a completely weird pit entry around here, but you're going to use it a couple times throughout the race. So give that a go, and it locks in our grid for the ChampCar iRacing Series. 4 hours of Charlotte. It's Alpha Velocita on pole from Heartland Autosport. Love Racing, Pinky's out, Family Planning, Prancing Horses, Drivetrainer Motorsports, Team Salem, and Most Mint Racing. As we look down the grid there, it is 9 cars, Devon, but it is more than 20 drivers. And I recognize almost every single name. And as we go through it, you can point out 10 or so that have stood on a ChampCar Endurance Series podium. This is, sim drivers, but these are real drivers too, a lot of them. And they're racing for a prize that could put them in more seat time in the ChampCar Endurance Series.
Yeah, absolutely. 150 champ bucks on the line. So want to make your next racing experience a little cheaper? These guys did, and that's why they're out here today racing for that prize. Sign up and have a little bit of fun, they figured. Worst case scenario, you had some fun. But they're all racing for that today. And they're also, because they've signed up for this session, they're also all eligible for the season-long prize. Because if you stick around and you make the other 2 rounds of the season, we do have 1 drop race. So if you do the next 2, you've dropped your first. These folks are eligible for another $150 for the season-long points. So it'll be interesting to see what those points start to look like as we get into the 3rd and 4th race.
One of the great features of this racetrack is this start. They don't line up 2x2 side by side. You get this sort of Le Mans start almost, where all the cars are lined up on the diagonal, And then when the pace car pulls away, they all pull away in sequence, or hopefully they're tidy with it. But it is a great little sight. All of the Ford Mustang FR500S is lined up there. And it's a 6-speed H pattern gearbox in these cars. It's a 4.6 litre Ford modular V8. Someone would correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I'm pretty sure. There goes our pace car. And in real ChampCar spec, it does look like a hire car that someone picked up from the airport and strapped a light on the top of. We get going and we get ready to take the formation lap. We saw the first flying lap in qualifying very, very tough before the tyres, get up to pressure, because they're not a complete race slick on these cars. They're a sort of, what do you call it, an R comp or something. They're a bit treaded. They're a bit road construction, so they do got to pressure up before they grip up, because they're a soft sidewall. So that means I think you got to be careful on the first lap of a 4-hour race.
Yeah, these things used to race in that Ford Mustang World Challenge Series. Interestingly enough, we are seeing one car still sitting on the pit lane. That's Will Nonemaker in the Salins car, running a fun livery. Got that alternate color scheme, but they're going to be making the start from the pit lane today, opting for a tortoise and hare type of strategy. Can't imagine there's any technical difficulties preventing them from making the grid.
Well, we saw both drivers in the car in qualifying. They were there, so it looked like both of them were on deck. We'll hopefully see them make a pit lane start, which they would be able to do. So starting drivers from every car that's on the grid, though, because the driver who qualified does not have to be the driver who starts. It's Jordan Johnson, Andrew Lanning, Nick Love, David Martin, Tyler Agostino, Kevin Parrish, Bowie Suin, Andy Cosick, and would be Will Nonemaker if he starts the Team Salin car.
Yeah, TBD on that one.
So, how do you approach the start of this race if you're any of these drivers? You know it's a long one. You know that you're going to need to make at least 3 pit stops in the race. You're going to need to make at least 1 driver change. And for some of these teams out here with 3 drivers, they're going to have to make a couple driver changes. So, got to think, are we trying to go long and save fuel in this first stint? Are we trying to push away and build up a gap? We'll find out very, very briefly. They're on the banking now at 3 and 4. The pace car, it crawls around here, but it is a relatively short lap, which should keep things quite interesting. And when it pulls in, we'll get racing.
Yeah, they're stacking up. The lights are off on that pace car. And we'll see. Andrew Cosick is leaving himself a bit of a gap. And it's always a bit of a drama getting through the chicane before the start here.
Got a text from Bill Salin saying, I hope Will Nonemaker makes the start of this race. He better start the car. So that will be very, very interesting. There's the green flag. The green flag waves. We get racing for the ChampCar iRacing 4 Hours of Charlotte. Your pole sitters get a great jump, but for Heartland Autosports, Nick Love already down the inside in the Love racing car to take second place away. You want to be careful on those cold, slippery tyres on this opening lap. The walls oh so close through the infield here. Alfa Velocita are away to a great little lead. And the only real change here, Love Racing making a great dive down the inside of turn number 1 to get ahead of a apprehensive Andrew Lanning in Heartland Autosport. And Will Nonemaker does. Pit lane start, the Team Salin car in 9th place. I suspect their strategy there is let's avoid any pile up in turn number 1. I've watched the Cup Series before and seen it happen. Let's not be part of that. Let's get off to a clean race start. And that's what we have so far. But they come onto the speedway at Speedway turns 1 and 2, and that's where you start to get a little bit of a slipstream in these cars. Could keep them close.
Yeah, I'm happy to report that Will Nonemaker is out on track and driving laps. So that late start was I guess an intentional strategy. It hasn't exactly paid off yet because we haven't seen any dramas at the front, but we'll see what it looks like in a few laps here. Always a possibility that someone gets it wrong, especially on cold tires around this place. Easy to stuff it in a wall.
maybe in the parallel universe where there was one more car on the starting grid, it did cause chaos in turn one. It's a sliding doors moment there. It's sliding on throttle for Love Racing coming out of the final chicane. And I think that's where you might expect your next move to be. Nick Love, very great reactions, cat-like reflexes off the race start. The Heartland Autosport car was quicker in qualifying, could be quicker in race trim, and definitely applying a little bit of pressure here in the first stint of this race in these opening laps. Love a little off the line there. You're heading downhill as you're braking and turning in there, and so that makes it almost feel a little bit off camber.
And Love Racing will be looking for a good finish after essentially DNFing in the first round of the 4-hour series. So they know how it goes wrong. They'll be hoping to get a little more right this time.
So a 1 second lead now for Jordan Johnson in Alfa Velocita. But this, I think, is where I'm keeping my focus. Riding on board in the third place car, looking at Nick Love, looking at those classic Mustang taillights. The brakes come on, you really slow it down. They're using a lot less curb in the race than I saw some of these drivers taking on in qualifying, I'll be honest with you. And they got very, very close on their way in there. But Heartland Autosport dropped back on the exit quite a bit as they got checked up in the mid-corner. I think he's out with David Martin in fourth. Got a couple cars behind him at the moment as well.
Things looking pretty clean through the rest of the field, so we'll keep our eyes on this action.
This is that group. Pinky's out fourth. Family Planning fifth. Prancing Horses sixth. Different lines between turns 2 and 3 about how much of the road they want to use, and then turning back down and towards turn number 4 where the track limits are very flexible. You can just jump across that curb, use everything that's paved in the infield here. Tyres definitely be coming up to pressure now, but like you talked about earlier, Devon, open setup means you can run different roll bars, you can run different starting pressures, you can run different rake and ride height, so you might see a difference between, you know, who's quick on lap 2 versus who's quick now getting a little further into the race, and as we, you know, expect to see some long stints in this one.
Yeah, and these cars running these R1 compound tires are definitely cars that the drop-off is real, and we're going to see it come into effect, not only in the qualifying session, but we see that. We're also expecting to see that throughout the race here, because they will lose, especially I'm thinking around here the front right, and we'll have to see how that pans out. It might very well be the case where you could make it in one stop on fuel, but you're going to want to do 2 for the tires. Understeer
on the way into the final chicane for the second place car of Love Racing. Lets the leader get away, brings the pressure immediately back onto them again from Heartland Autosport. I caught that on the cameras, and then to the next group, and then Most Mint catching Drive Trainer. So everyone's in a battle out there except for first and last. Jordan Johnson's trying to get away with the lead, and will want to make a starter from the pit lane a little bit back off the tail of the field. We're so used to seeing black, red, and yellow, and now I guess this one must be celebrating America's birthday 4 days ago, because it's, you know, red, white, and blue.
Like I was saying, it's a good-looking alternate livery, and I'm pleased to see it. Maybe we're getting a sneak peek of what's to come, you know?
Would you say that, say we can see what might be coming?
No, I would never say that.
No, it didn't work out. Got 2 cars side by side on the speedway behind this with Family Planning. Prancing Horses have got a run at them, and you have to go high up the speedway. It's the long way around, but will it give you the inside into the final chicane? Prancing Horses still trying to keep their nose in that tight final chicane. They couldn't get down the inside of the first part, couldn't cross over for the exit of the second, but now they're looking down the inside for turn number 1. Very tight diamond line to the apex. And we have a change for position as Family Planning's Tyler Agostino makes way for Prancing Horses.
Yeah, and if you're comparing notes from the last race, that family planning car is also featuring the liveries of the Spinney boys, who were fifth place finishers in our last race at Summit Point. So we can keep that in mind as we consider the big picture, not just the narrow picture of this race.
There is a couple of questions to be answered, I think, about continuity of teams. Is Alfa Velocita the continuation of
Money Shift?
Yeah. I mean, Love Racing, obviously that's continuous. Heartland Autosport, Pinkies Out, all of those. One's got to suggest with the little bit of driver carryover from Spinny Boys that's a continuation as well.
That will be interesting to see. As usual, we'll argue about it in the forums afterwards. Clean laps here, though, from Jordan Johnson at the front as he starts to pull a little gap, uphill 1.5 second lead, 1.7 last time by. And Jordan Johnson, a fast driver on this team, it must be said. So they're putting the big guns out first, and we'll see how that pays off, because it doesn't matter where you are 1 hour into the race. It matters where you are 4 hours into the race.
I don't know my baseball terminology, only my cricket, but I can tell you that Jordan Johnson is batting at a very, very successful strike rate. He's shown up to 2 ChampCar iRacing Series 1 hour races, and he's won the both of them. So he's knocking them out of the park on the first at bat. And he's tracking at the moment with still 3 hours and 50 minutes of racing to go. Let's just keep in mind, though, still leading this one as well. Love Racing cautious across the chicanes. Heartland Autosport asking for the inside, and they're on the apron. You can't pass like that. They want to be let back up, but it's not happening. And I don't much like this. I don't let it go. Let it go, Andy.
I think iRacing
there's Nick Love who cuts the course, and I think that's got to be a slowdown penalty in the final chicane, and that'll put Andrew Lanning around the outside and into second place. Really, really aggressive stop for this early in the race, but Heartland Autosport, they get second place.
I was going to say, I have this feeling that there might be an iRacing penalty that happens there as well. So we'll see if that becomes a factor. Two of them squabbling though has cost them a bit of time. 2.5 seconds at the line this time between them and Jordan Johnson. Johnson, relatively new to the simulator, only been doing it for 3 years. A lot of folks here with 5-10 years of experience, but must be said with pretty strong set of accolades. He's not only a 6,000 iRating driver, he's also a driver 61 driver coach. Not sure what you have to do to earn one of those titles, but that's pretty impressive. Oh, but he must have heard me talking about him as he slides it through the snake pit that time by.
Now, what are the 2 cars we've seen him win in already? The TCR and the Toyota GR86. Both of those are paddle-shifted cars. This, it's 3 pedals. It's a H pattern. You can mess up those downshifts a lot easier. It doesn't, automatically blip the motor for you, anything like that. If you grab a late downshift, lock up those rear tires, something like that could happen. Quote unquote wheel hop as well. Just every time you come into a braking zone, just imagine you're Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, sorry, what's his name? SVJ? Shane Van Gissenberger?
Gissenbergen. I can't remember what it was.
Well, he sure showed them, and I don't think there'll be any excuses for getting his name wrong in the United States going forward.
Yeah, I think they'll all go to the pronunciation coach before the next one, but was certainly a good one. If you missed that Chicago race in the NASCAR series, you got to go check that one out after we're done here today.
SVG's whole onboard is on YouTube if you want to watch all the passes he made in the final stints to take that win. But you should be watching this right now, which is Pinky's out. David Martin coming under some pressure from prancing horses. Kevin Parrish, we saw quite a robust and aggressive move not all that long ago from prancing horses when they got past family planning. Now they're up to the rear bumper of Pinky's out and looking for a way through, maybe looking to force a mistake in places. You only need to see the driver in front of you get a bad ride over the curbs in the final chicane, or indeed that snake pit chicane, and that's your best opportunity to line them up and try to make a move.
Parrish closing in, battle ahead closing in, and this, 10 laps in, this is where you might start to expect those tires, the guys who are beating on them a little bit harder, to start to become a factor. As I alluded to, that left front in particular, I think, is going to get eaten alive, but really it's the whole front end that kind of goes away from you around here. It's so easy to sort of use up those tires, because especially in the simulator, if you don't have like some really bougie high dollar equipment, it's a little bit tough to tell sometimes when the car's starting to understeer a little bit.
A few ways to look at it. One is, out of the slow traction zones, are you eating up the rear tires? The other one is, that front right could take a hit. Big drift from Pinky's out. I'd say it's the rear tires. The rear tires going on some of these cars. Track's still pretty toasty. Officially, the weather is partly cloudy, and a couple minutes ago, we did see one of those clouds come across. Provides a little bit of relief, but sun comes back out, and it is a hot July afternoon in the Carolinas.
107 Fahrenheit track temp, even though it's only 75 in the air. So this track is baking itself, and you can certainly see the effects on the tires.
It's Kevin Parrish in the white with red and blue accents, prancing horses. Pinky's out with a little bit of danger racing on the car as well. So in red and black, but under just a little bit of pressure. David Martin doesn't seem to be crumpling, and I think he can still see second and third in front of him just there as well. So I think this tailing group, these two here, are actually starting to catch second and third, and they did on the last lap. So, wow. Maybe we're seeing these cars start to come back somewhat. Heartland Autosport are defending into the snake pit. Nick Love tries to go around the outside, tries to cross him back over under. Different lines through there. Gives Nick Love a very, very good run onto the speedway. Can he carry enough speed up high to get to the inside of the final chicane? He's going to look, he's going to try, and they'll be side by side once again into the final chicane. Shoe on the other foot. Nick Love wants that second place back. He brakes a little bit earlier. There's almost a hint of contact. But again, fourth and fifth, Pinky's out. Prancing horses get so much closer to this battle now, as second and third get a bit dicey. So suddenly, things look good for Alfa Velocita in the race lead. Jordan Johnson now 4 seconds clear as he gets a little bit of the grass in the infield. You cannot relax here on the Charlotte Roval with the walls oh so close everywhere around, but he still maintains a lead over second, third, fourth, fifth, all oh so close, and family planning still only 2 seconds, about a second and a half off the back of this as well. It's closing back in now on lap 11. And of course, the live timing, hjbc.live, if you want to keep up to date with all of it. No pit stops yet from anyone, so no data there for that, but the lap times, the positions, all of it's there.
Move here from Kevin Parrish Those two have been closing down on the 2 cars ahead, but they're starting to get a little feisty amongst themselves. Parrish wanted to make a move around the outside of 3 and 4, but had to back off. We'll see if he's able to get the run here to the line. It's kind of one of those moves where you intimidate the guy ahead, and sure enough, that's David Martin taking the inside line. Oh, and there's battling going on ahead. That was contact that put Andrew Lanning out towards the wall. He's lost a lot of momentum. I think he's going to lose 2 spots over this. More contact.
Turn 1 was the action zone. They were too wide, too deep on the way in. A little bit of contact, a little bit more contact as Heartland Autosport try to hold their position. It sends Pinkies out wide. Prancing Horses go through. It's all changed, and now Family Planning Spinny Boys are on the task as well. A couple Mustangs trading a little bit of paint in turns 1, 2, and 3. Could have ended so easily in disaster. Everyone goes on. Nick Love up into 2nd. Prancing Horses up into 4th.
That was some good old-fashioned NASCAR racing, the way those guys were bouncing off of each other. They really leaned on each other, and that actually allowed Tyler Agostino in that Family Planning car to get up close to David Martin. So Martin probably feeling a little bit frustrated, and now suddenly under fire from Tyler Agostino behind. Big drift through the middle of the snake pit. That's no good for the run onto the back straight. He's going to spread the gap, but once the draft starts, then Agostino will start closing back down. Things seem to have calmed down in this group. It's a really tight group that we've got in our top 5.
Seeing peak speeds of 130 miles an hour. So with the highly refined aerodynamics of an early 2000s Ford Mustang, I'm sure there's quite a punch in the air and a bit of slipstreaming that starts to happen on the speedway towards the snake pit and on the speedway towards the final chicane. This is Drive Trainer Motorsports and Most Mint. I'm going to take a look at what happened. Drive Trainer have a big wiggle off the final chicane. Most Mint say, okay, how about turn number 1? Point it to the inside, get in a little bit hot, looking for the over-under Drive Trainer Motorsports, but in the end, Most Mint stay ahead.
Andrew Kosik at the wheel of that minty-looking car. He knows his way around a sim racing lap.
So one of the big movers so far, Prancing Horses, they started 6th on the grid. We saw them move past Family Planning. We've seen them move past Pinkies out. Now they're at the back of Heartland Autosport. Kevin Parrish starting to apply a little bit of pressure here as well.
Yeah, and it's really starting to show kind of the finessey differences that you make through the infield here. In case you're wondering, we haven't checked in a bit, about 8-second gap up to, sorry, about a 6-second gap up to the lead right now. Cutting down a little bit because Nick Love's gone and put some pretty quick ones in back to back.
This is what some quick laps can look like. Jordan Johnson right up against the wall as the 2 left-handers flow out onto the speedway and onto the banking. They got a nice livery, but they got the wrong broadcaster on that car.
Here. That's a sure way to get yourself in the doghouse with us.
SimSpeed are all right by me though.
Unfortunately, MustangChallenge.com is also dead. Been a few years since that series won.
You tell me Ford aren't still paying the hosting and the registration on that domain? Wow, the global financial crisis of the late 2000s really did hit them hard.
Yeah, that's about right. They're still pretty tight on the front end of this group. Parrish and Love Lanning ahead in the Heartland Autosport car are really sort of closing up, just 10th by 10th, but neither one wants to give an inch.
You can see the witness marks to a little bit of the door banging on a couple of these cars here as well. On the driver's door for Heartland, you can tell it's a little pushed in. And have a look at some of the other cars, see if it's obvious or not. But it's just a little mark down the left-hand side.
On these Heartland Auto, there's a move there going on up the inside for what looks like 5th place. That's Pinky's out, trying to make their way, lifting a little bit. I think they must have gotten a slowdown in the infield and gave it to family planning there. So
Pinky's out have gone just a little backwards on this lap.
Yeah, you know what? I'm taking a better look at it. It actually looks like they had a little moment as they were getting onto the banking, slid a little wide and tagged the wall with the rear end. I think it was only enough to do cosmetic damage, but it definitely compromised their run. Just as they were heading up the banking. I'd call that turn maybe 7 there. But yeah, sure enough. That's going to put Tyler Agostino ahead. And now suddenly Andrew Lanning's found a little bit of pace, and he's gone and decided to chase down Nick Love ahead.
Well, there was an angle where we could see the damage, but it's not holding him back at all as the third-place driver closes up on second, across the crest, and then the apex is just a concrete wall there that you don't want to hit as you come onto the oval.
Yeah, this Heartland Autosport team's kind of a fun story. They have raced before, all of them, but a lot of sim racing too. But they're currently prepping a car actually for ChampCar with a timeline of hitting 2025 season. They've been enjoying the variety of cars in the series by the sounds of things. But according to this, Lanning's the fast guy, so it'll be interesting to see what the other ones do once they get in the car. And I wonder how long that'll make them want to stretch it.
Yeah, that's one of the big things left to still play out in this race for sure, is that there's a driver change requirement and quite a few 3-driver teams. 3 drivers for Pinky's out, 3 drivers for Heartland Autosport, 3 drivers for family planning Spinny Boys as well. Closes up, gets tight. Prancing Horses are just maybe watching, waiting for how this is going to play out between Love Racing and Heartland Autosport at the moment. Whoa, right to the rear bumper in this section. Big run from Heartland Autosport, but you can't pass there. You've got to try to convert that into a good exit here to just keep trying to chip away at, see if you can get the driver in front to ride one of the curbs wrong, outbrake themselves and go wide somewhere.
And he's really getting close in the braking zone. And Lanning, I think, actually does a little bit job of getting it woed down. It's really tough to be confident about your line through the exit of the snake pit, though, because in these cars, the thing ahead of you is so big. And sure enough, Lanning's lost a little bit of momentum. Parrish got a little bit of draft, and he's peeking out. You really got to make that move so late, though. It's tough to time going into turn number 1.
First place has a 7-second lead, but this is the battle for second from Love Racing, Heartland Autosport, Prancing Horses.
Another factor we'll have to consider is, with so many of these teams having 3 drivers registered, a lot of them are expecting to do 2 stops. So who started with less fuel, I think, becomes a really sort of central consideration here. Like, I'm not seeing a ton of evidence of fuel saving right now, but you do have to wonder if, if some of these guys are running with a little bit less in the tank Andrew Lanning got a little bit wrong going onto the banking that time.
Prancing Horses have a look up high around the outside. Really just having a look because it puts you in a super awkward place. They touch. He moves across and puts them into the outside wall. Contact between Heartland and Prancing Horses. How's the damage on that car behind? And Family Planning is suddenly in the picture as well. Whoa, the front right has taken a hit. But Prancing Horses, love to see their perspective again.
Yeah, that was pretty abrupt. I don't know if there was much Prancing Horses could have done to avoid that. They, they got together with a little bit of help from the net code, but that's definitely slowed them down. Now, fortunately for our drivers, there are a few fast repairs available. We've got 2 fast repairs available for the race, so they won't have to pick up the wrenches to fix this one if it is slowing them down. But it will definitely have an impact on their pit strategy. And if you were here last time around, you'll remember our rules around safety cars here. If we do see a driver that gets into the wall hard enough to need to tow back, then we allow the drivers, or then we call a safety car. But otherwise, for sort of minor incident like that, we don't typically call a safety car. So it will be a sort of punishing thing, but these things tend to sort themselves out over the course of a long race.
Devin, what goes well with pasta and bolognese sauce?
Spaghetti.
No, that is pasta.
Dang.
The Prancing Horses car has a meatball flag for the damage on it at the moment. And you can see, obviously, that it was slowing them down regardless because Family Planning have gotten past. Pinky's out just behind.
Yeah, and sure enough, they come to the apron this time and head in to the pits.
This is the first time we've seen a car enter the pit lane. Team Salem started from the pit lane, so they've exited it. This is the first time someone's entered it. And yeah, what do you then opt to do in this situation for Prancing Horses? Do you do a driver change with this as well? It's not going to be a full fuel because we're only 30 minutes into the race, and these cars will do 80 minutes or so on their fuel. There's their pit stall, number 7. Damage repaired, fuel going in. And you keep an eye on the driver's situation, but I think he's staying.
Yeah, so far he's staying in the car, not seeing any evidence of tires going on. And he pulls away, so it looks like Parrish will stay in the car, stay with the same tires, just taking fuel on the fast repair, and get back out on track.
Side by side for second. Heartland Autosport down the inside of Love Racing at a super dangerous part of the track. Ooh, they both get offline. Family Planning watching what's going on here between them. But Heartland Autosport get up into second from Love Racing in third.
Not making a lot of friends out there, it must be said.
No, that was robust, but Heartland Autosport did get to the inside that time, which is where you've kind of got to be to make a move in that corner. Doesn't mean that you can put someone into the outside wall if they're around the outside of you going in. Love Racing run wide in turn number 1 as well. And Tyler Agostino gets down the inside of 1 and 2, but if you're around the outside of 3 and 4, it'll be tough to complete this move, swooping around the outside of turn number 3 and up into third place. Go Family Planning as Love Racing drop back from second to fourth in quick time.
It must be said, I've noticed Nick Love miss a couple of apexes, and he's not usually the type of guy to do that. I think the front end of that car is starting to go away from him. He's having a hard time getting it turned down. And he's having to brake bigger and longer as they go through turn 7 and 8 up onto the banking.
That's the setup compromise for the long runs in this car is, yeah, you could have the thing super grippy right off the start, but then have it go away from you on the long run here.
Yeah, and here's hoping they did the testing to find that out. But we'll see. Might be a case where Love Racing is one of our first scheduled pit callers if they keep struggling with the front end like this. It's also possible. It's easy enough to overheat.
Oh, pitting in. Okay. Is it a bit more damage on the right-hand side than we expected for Love Racing, and that's been what's slowing him up?
I don't think the damage.
There's a lot
would
of
be enough.
damage on the right-hand side, Devin. Like a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking for where that would have come from.
A wall, probably. But you're thinking which corner. I know.
Yeah.
And it really emphasizes it when you see the damage repaired that quickly, exactly how scuffed up the right-hand side of the car was for Love Racing. And they're going to change at least the right-hand side tires here as well at this stop. But it looks like Nick Love staying. This is interesting tactically, because if you pit now, fill the tank off, it will take you to that halfway point of the race.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I've got to wonder if that's sort of part of the strategy here, because I don't think that this 350 horse motor in here is going to be able to make a full 2-hour window. So there's obviously an optimal point. It's also possible that Love is thinking, hey, I want to avoid some of this drama on the, on the racetrack. I want to just go out and race in some clean air. But I went back and checked, and there's 4 or 5 laps where he's had that damage, and I don't see a significant drop off until those last 2. So maybe it was just a deal where the alignment was tweaked slightly, and then the tires started to overheat, and once that's all done, you're just in trouble.
So now got to go through the task of warming up the right-hand side tires for Nick Love. Stayed on the lead lap for whatever that's worth. Everyone's still on the lead lap. About 1 minute 30 lap times is what we're seeing. Fastest lap of the race is a 1:28.4, but almost everyone lapping in the 1:30s at the moment as the track remains hot and the tires get quite old.
Watching along the race with you folks. Heartland still holding a pretty good gap to Tyler Agostino here, about 1.5 seconds, a little bit less than that as they cross the line. And the two of them are still chasing Alfa Velocita. Is that right? Alfa Velocita out front?
I reckon your 3 allowed pronunciations are Velocity, Velocita, and Velocita.
Okay, so I went with none of the above. Is that what I'm hearing? Well, we'll keep trying them out till I get one that works.
Absolutely. So state of play at the moment, we've had 2 cars through the pit lane. One of them looked strategic. One of them was for damage, but everyone else still running their Ford Mustangs at the moment in the early stages of the ChampCar iRacing 4 hours of Charlotte. At the moment, in the best seat, Alfa Velocita. Put so much sauce on that one if I tried it, like Alfa Velocita. But second and third looking quite exciting at the moment. Heartland Autosport with that second place, but all of a sudden things are coming alive for the number 6 car. Family planning with Spinny Boys.
Jordan Johnson, it must be said, has really got that car sort of drifting through the turns here. If you follow along with him for a bit, he's just sliding that thing around as they're lapping. It's kind of a pleasure to follow along with right now. Yeah. Interestingly enough, he also doesn't seem to take nearly as tight a line onto the banking as some of the other teams are doing. He really kind of lets it swing wide, far away from that apex, seemingly in the interest of just conserving a little bit more speed. I wonder if it's conserving a bit more tire too. And then through here, he does a particularly good job of kind of getting on the inside curb of the snake pit. It's an easy thing to do, but you got to be really, really consistent on it. Get the car slowed down enough so that you can get it pointed the right way. And it can be tempting to race it. To race it a little bit too hard on the way in and kind of drift it over the bumps. And you need to be hitting the bumps when you're straight lining it through that part. Because if you don't, it'll snap back on you, even with a good setup on the thing. But I love how he drifts it through 1 and 2. That is a real good look. I feel kind of like how these cars are meant to be driven a little bit. He's got that thing handling real nice. Loose is fast, they say. Checking back in on second and third place now. Heartland Autosports still holding their own. They got that car of Tyler Agostino right up behind him now, and he's been making a little bit of ground. Just barely faster over the last 5. And as you can see, the two of them really kind of taking that different line through there. A bit of a draft here this time for Agostino. We'll see if he decides to use it for fuel save or if he decides to use it for a move. Peeks towards the inside, but I think the lift gave away that he wasn't going for it. And he's following him closely through 3 and 4 here now. But again, really kind of in the strategy phase of this race at this point.
It's interesting from a strategy perspective, this race, because you've got to use at least 2 drivers. You cannot leave one driver in the car longer than 2 hours. But it doesn't match up neatly with the fuel tank size of this race car. And so that's kind of what we saw from Love Racing, where they went, okay, we've got, a full fuel run and then a little bit extra to cover off with the driver time. So let's take that stop on the early side. What everyone else, opts to do as far as their strategy will depend. For the 3 driver teams, I think it's actually less of a worry because really, one driver runs 80 minutes. You put the next driver in with a full tank of fuel, they run 80. You put the next driver in, that very well might get you all the way to the end of the race. Yes, I've added those numbers together right.
Hey, math's hard. Not my specialty. Driving a race car is hard too. Nick Love's just found that out as he's coming out of 3 and 4 and gotten it a little bit wrong. As he was going through 4, he kind of jumped the inside curb and got all the way over and caught it a second time, which put him out onto the grass. He actually did pretty well to keep himself on the track. There is a little bit of safety barrier on the exterior there, but he managed to narrowly sort of avoid that drama there. So in searching for a little bit less drama, perhaps he's found a little bit unexpectedly. And that can be one of the tricks when you're racing in a long distance race like this. There's a reason ChampCar likes to have 100 cars on track, it can be a little bit tough to keep your focus when you get spread out and you just got to tick those laps down on your own. watching now what looks like that Love racing car still. And we'll see if he gets it right going through 2 and 3 this time. See if he's learned his lesson. Yeah, gets a lot more right this time and kind of takes it with a little bit of a safety margin down to the curb. Back with Heartland Autosport, things are starting to get a little feisty. That family planning car, I think, is starting to feel the end of his stint coming, because he keeps peaking and peaking. He definitely is trying to put some pressure on landing ahead. Hasn't quite been in the right spot to make that move stick though just yet. Can be really tricky to find a nice, a good enough run and the right spot to pass around here, especially when you're in such perfectly matched cars. Good run though here this time. Agostino stays high and lifts off.
So 45 minutes of racing done. And this is a look at the 647 Love Racing car pulling out of the race. Wow, so that could be our first retirement, unless there's a problem we haven't noticed about. On live right now, Heartland Autosport holding their line, family planning, having a look, getting past. Now they're up a little bit wide, and family planning have a look, but roll out of the throttle and stay, no, and hold back in third at the moment. But no update on the 647, and I think that car might be parked and retired.
Interesting. We actually just saw, if you're keeping an eye on the connections, his connection dropped as he was going through turn 3.
Well, he parked it and then his connection dropped. Not he just into thin air. There's a difference, I think.
Well, he was still rolling when it disappeared. So, and I see him reconnected. So I do wonder, but it's a hard thing to come back from when your connection drops, especially if there's not a teammate around, because not only do you get the drop connection, you also get the cost of a tow all the way back to the pit lane. So a disappointing moment there for Love Racing there, has got to be said. And kind of shows how this is an endurance race, right? Like, you got to have everything go right, not just the driving.
Yeah, correct, and every chance of lot still happening. You say Nick Love reconnecting, but it's Sean Saputra getting in the car now and taking it out of pit lane. They are one lap down.
Yeah, so as expected, that's that points to me to the tow got served, and Sean Saputra hopped in the car as soon as he could. But when you get disconnected in the middle of the track like that, you don't have a ton of options. Will be interesting though here though is Andy Kossik's now right behind him, and he'll have fresher, warmer tires.
there ought to be legal limits on how shiny a race car can be. That I need sunglasses looking at my computer monitor as the Most Mint car drives through the sun. And they are in 5th place at the moment. Last lap, 1 minute 32 for Andy Kosick. Ten seconds ahead of Prancing Horses. And 36 seconds behind Pinky's Out. Prancing Horses have been through the lane to fix their car. And so they are firing up. Now Andy Kosick's in the lane. Okay. So Prancing Horses will go back through into 5th. And Kosick is pitting.
Yeah. Seems to me like this could be a scheduled pit stop if you wanted to split your 45 into two, your fuel tank into sort of a short stint and a long stint. This would be just about the right time. Seeing some action out on track though. Oh no, and of course, as I call it, family planning drops back into line.
Well, I think having a little look and showing the nose still counts as action. If you're a fan of the game of chess that's playing out one level deep in this kind of racing.
There is tires going on to that Most Mint car. Did only see the lefts go on, but I may have looked away at the wrong moment. Yeah, lefts and rights, as well as a driver change. So we got Thomas Smith behind the wheel now too. Second driver for that team.
He doesn't look confident here. That's not the pit lane speed limit, but he's out now. And in the NASCAR style of stops, I think it is the right sides that go first, and then the left. So first lap of the race for Thomas Smith in Most Mint Racing. Maybe half an hour still away from everyone needing to pit. Track cooling off a little bit as we go, which is interesting to see. And there's a shadow across the racetrack on the exit of the corner there. Family Planning get just a little bit better than Heartland Autosport. Should again be closing in, approaching Snake Pit. Big fly across the curb, a little bit of brake pedal to settle the car in the mid to exit of the corner there. Probably not the ideal line, but it's racing and it's racecraft. If you go deep into the corners, you're difficult to pass, and so long as you don't make a complete bodge of the exit, you can do the same again the next corner. And the driver behind is really going to have to reach into their toolbox and do something clever to pull off a clean pass. Yeah, and just to keep folks apprised of what's going on the race control channel as well. We've had a black flag warning come through for Heartland Autosport based on that contact between them and the Prancing Horses car earlier. So could be a factor of why family planning is kind of pushing them a bit as well. Want to push them to make a mistake, but don't want to be their mistake. Yeah. And our leader's actually just had to go through and make his first overtake lapped car. Family Planning again side by side with Heartland Autosport on the way into the Snake Pit, puts the second place car on the narrow line on the way in. They get a big slide as they ride the second curb, and again, Family Planning get a run. But what makes it difficult to pass here is you try to pull along side by side, and you're going the long way around the banking. Difficult to maintain and keep the overlap. They will into the final chicane, where they then brake earlier. This is a challenging circuit to make a pass. It's no Daytona International Speedway, that's for sure. They're still close together through 2 and 3 here. If the guy gets it just a little bit wrong,
It can be a spot to make an overtake here on the short chute in the infield.
Big slide out wide coming onto the banking, sees Heartland Autosport end up wide, allows Family Planning to put their nose inside on the banking, giving the inside to the next corner as well. A very, very critical corner, that previous one, because a good drive out of there, again, positions you perfectly, like where Family Planning are right now. They run in a little bit deep, get to park it on the second apex, and again, they're in the perfect position now for a round on the banking once again. Family Planning, Tyler Agostino goes up into second place ahead of Heartland Autosport, number 64, Andrew Lanning.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see.
Do they need to get a little defensive into the final chicane? No, they don't. They've got it covered for the moment. But now they have a slide. They both have a big slide coming off turn number 1. The rear tyres starting to cry enough. Almost an hour of racing. And all of that Mustang V8 horsepower through the live rear axle into the skinny rear road tyres. And they can only take so much. It all combines to really chew through the rubber. And seeing that these guys are basically a little bit more seconds off what they did in qualifying and what they did earlier in the race. The tyres that get away from you.
Yeah, it's definitely not the track temp that can be explained for this. We've dropped all the way now to 99 degrees Fahrenheit, so just gotten back into the 2 digits.
Of course, the shadow's getting longer, now past 5 p.m. local time.
And Agostino showing some of the pace that he must have figured he had now, starting to put a gap on that Heartland car behind.
Tactically, a lot going on as far as, who pushed their tyres hard early and who saved them up, because look at Pinky's out, David Martin, starting to slowly sneak up towards a second place.
Yeah, he's putting together some pretty quick laps if you compare the averages. He's definitely taking something out of the guys ahead right now.
Only 2 tenths away from the personal best of that car. Now 55 minutes into the race. Alfa Velocica in the race lead are still a second away from their best. The 2 in front, well, they're doing a lot. But Family Planning up in second. Heartland Autosport in third, maybe starting to struggle with the traction somewhat. Pinks out in fourth, catching them. Prancing Horses, having been through the lane, changed their right-hand side tyres, repaired the car, added a bit of fuel. Kevin Parrish is in fifth, only a minute off the race lead at the moment, and lapping relatively quickly.
Gap closed up pretty big there under braking into the snake pit.
I wouldn't dare call this a cheap imitation of Daytona. Not if I wanted to leave North Carolina alive, that's for sure. It's got a character all to its own, and that is that it is unforgiving and very, very challenging, and even has a little bit more elevation change through the infield than others have, as they kind of took that crest through turn 2. Track drops away here, and then it picks up again as you then come back on towards the speedway later on. Second, third, fourth in the ChampCar iRacing 4 hours of Charlotte. Remembering that our podium from the first endurance race of the season was Money Shift Racing, Huge Ass, and On Second Thought.
Well, and I want to say that On Second Thought car, does that have some guys from one of the other teams here? I'll investigate that. No, it looks like On Second Thought sat this round out. They must be preferring to try out one of our next two endurance races. Next one is going to be August 19th in the TCR at Mid-Ohio. In the final round, November 4th in the ND Miata at Laguna Seca. So two solid looking races.
Closest cars out on track is still second, third, and fourth. But I'm noticing Will Nonamaker in the Team Salem car started from the pit lane about 30 seconds off the back of the field. Not really had a whole lot going on so far, but hey, that's normally a good thing to say about, the first half of your endurance race. Just slowly chipping away, finding a little bit of speed, and actually looking to catch Drive Trainer Motorsport in the next couple of laps, I think. Only 4 seconds off the back of them, and making a bit of progress towards a 6th place.
Yeah, keeping it clean out there and making up some time. Bowie Suin in the car for Drive Trainer right now.
Yeah, last lap, as you can see, a 131.7. For Team Salem, it was a 131.4, so about 3/10 gained there by Team Salem last lap. The lap before is when I noticed that it was, starting to close in a little bit, and I think Will Nonamaker was more like half a second or a little bit more quicker that previous lap as well. So it looks like a trend to be closing in there. The only two cars that are behind have already taken pit stops. So Love Racing twice, unfortunately. First one looked strategic, and then the second one looked like a problem for Love Racing, and most meant with a tactical driver swap and a pit stop not long ago, about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching this group progress. As these cars will have to get around Will Nonamaker here, we'll see a little bit of lap traffic action. It will be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, they are just starting to catch, to put a lap on. This lap time's about a minute 30. Will Nonamaker's a minute 45 off the race leader, and therefore about to get lapped by second, third, and fourth place. As I've had my eye on Heartland Autosport, I can't help but notice how done those tyres look. So they starting to struggle at the back end here, but probably thinking we're only 10 to 15 to 20 minutes away from our pit stop if we try to take this long. So they don't need to go too much further. They're about at their limit. I guess you can save them by keeping 2 of them in the air across the chicanes.
That's one way to do it. Luckily, bits on iRacing don't accumulate wear the same things, the same way parts do in real life. So if you do it safely once, you can do it safely a million times. Speaking of safely, that was a good overtake there from Tyler Agostino as he laps Will Nonamaker.
Yeah, next to do it will be Andrew Lanning and David Martin. Working through the infield.
Ooh, felt like Lanning got a little bit wrong.
Well, yeah, just was expecting the car in front to be a little more committed through there, which obviously if they were a little more committed, they might not be getting lapped. So you've got to keep that in mind. You're catching someone to put a lap on them.
We've had a big drama back in the field. That's Mosman's car. Off the wall. Off the wall going into 3 and 4, or going through 3 and 4. It looks like the wheels maybe just reset as he slammed off the outside wall.
Oh, and then he gets drilled by...
That's Sean Sputra in the Love Racing car.
Yeah. And I'm with you, absolutely, like a technical problem there. The car just goes straight on the banking, hits the wall, and we get our first caution of the race. I'll be honest, with how close the walls are around here at every single corner and how challenging it is, surprised we went this long. We've seen good racing so far, and the caution comes out on the onboard here. I reckon you look at the hands. Ooh, okay. Wow. That, maybe closer to like a monitor going black or something like that. It doesn't, the hands don't snap, and there's still some little movements, but they do straighten out, and the car goes into the wall at big speed. And for Love Racing, it's been a tough one. Nick Love had what looked like technical problems, and now they clip the Most Mint Racing car with Thomas Smith on board.
That's tough, and there's not much you can do in that situation. You just kind of run into it when you're coming down that fast. They're doing almost 120 miles an hour there around 3 and 4. So cars are gathering up under the safety car here, and we'll see what that ends up looking like.
So NASCAR pit rules, the lane entry is closed at the moment, and then the second time around it opens up.
Yeah, so it'll be another lap. Oh no, looks like
that means is if all the leaders pit and you're a lap down and you stay out, you'll get your lap back, and one person is going to take that option. So everyone onto the lane. It's about time for some of these leaders as well, like Alpha Velocita, Family Planning, Heartland Autosports, and the like. The only car not pitting, Love Racing, Sean Sputra. So tactically, what do? I'm seeing a couple of driver changes going on here as well. Not necessarily would you have to. You could run out the next 53 minutes and then take a stop and take your driver change. But for the race leading car, the pole sitter that's led just about every lap, Jordan Johnson gets out. Joshua Soto gets into the Alpha Velocita race car. and their tires are done, and they're just waiting on their fuel at the moment. But for Prancing Horses, remember, they stopped earlier, took fuel, so they have a shorter stop now under the yellow, and they look like they are going to go through into the race lead. Prancing Horses from Alpha Velocita, Family Planning, Heartland Autosport, Pinky's Out, Love Racing, Drive Trainer, Team Salem, and Most Mint Racing, all cars back on track. But the race leaders have gone back to second.
Yeah, a couple big winners from the pit cycle there. The early pit stop, maybe not such a bad idea. So as we come around again, we'll see that Love Racing car go to take a lap. If you're between the leader and the pace car, classic NASCAR rules, you'll get your lap back. And we see him peeling out to go and take that lap back. The remainder of the field packing up. But a new leader for the first time in this race, Kevin Parrish, holding the spot on the likes of Josh Soto now in that that Alpha Veloci car. And in third place,
Just stop trying.
A couple new drivers as well. Brooks Clayton in the Family Planning car, Thomas Yankee in the Drive Trainer Motorsport car, John McManus in the Heartland Autosport car, Alex Harrison in Pinky's Out, and Bill Salem in Salem's car, Thomas Smith in Most Mint.
I think the only driver that stayed in, as Thomas Smith was already in the Most Mint car. What do the lights do on the pace car? They go out. I mean, this will be the final lap under caution. We'll get racing momentarily.
While we're driving around here, got the likes of Austin Knight in the booth. How's it going, Austin?
Well, it's going pretty good. It wasn't going as good earlier on the race, but hey, after that full course yellow, we're at P1 now, so good times.
Any tips for Parrish on the way to the green flag?
Just drive it like how we've been driving it. Keep our tires in check. Keep the temperatures in check. The track is cooling down, so it's going to be easier for us. And sorry, voice chat was gone there. But yeah, just keep the tires in check and keep everybody at bay. They're going to be trying to race us, so we're just going to be racing regularly and hopefully not get into another incident with another white and green car.
Well, there's a couple of them out there for you to choose from.
It was just one, I believe.
Yeah, looks like we're hearing on the radio chatter that the Most Mint incident was a pedal issue, so the pedals went away from.
Yeah, that's why I paused, because they were coming on with the radio right there. We were right behind it. We were just like all ready to say, hey, we should pit now. It's 1 hour. We should just get another hour on these tires so we can meet that drive time requirement, because I'm hopping in for the final 2 hours. And that happened right in front of us. And it was just like a pray moment that we get a full course caution from that, and certainly we did. But that's an unfortunate incident. But hey, it should spice this race up.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's always good to see things packing back up. And obviously back up at the front, you folks got your eyes on the big prize today?
We're here to have a good time, and if there's prize involved, hey, there's prizes involved, but it's a long race right now, but there's smiles on our faces. I know my face cam's not on right now. It is on my Twitch, but that's different.
I understand. It's hard to keep all these different things going.
Absolutely. But yeah, we're about to get ready to go, so I'll leave y'all be, and y'all have a good broadcast. Hi,
Cheers.
chat.
Well, the pace car's in. It's a double file restart, which I'm not convinced it should be. A couple other drivers coming back onto pit lane now. There was an incident under yellow that we'll take a look at later on. But for Prancing Horses, they lead the race at the green flag towards turn number 1. Alpha Velocita looking to make sure they don't stay there for too long, looking to the inside at turn number 1. They won't pull it off. Prancing Horses lead from Alpha Velocita, Heartland Autosport, Family Planning, and Love Racing.
Couple cars that had to take a late pit stop there, including the car Bill Salen, who's ahead of the pack now. There, as you alluded to, there was a car that came to a sudden stop on this front straight, and I think actually that might have been the car that had that lost its pedals and then just locked up the brakes while they were under caution. 1 or 2 cars piled up behind it, but Bill Salen's doing the right thing, getting out of the way here, giving a nice big margin. Helpfully for Parrish, that's given them a nice big gap to the second place car, Josh Soto, so we'll see if he's able to make that hold. Remainder of the cars get through cleanly though. And we've still got Thomas Smith in that most mid car in the pit lane. I'm wondering if maybe they've used up their fast repairs. Also seeing Pinky's out, taking a late pit stop and doing a driver swap on the pit lane right now. Putting Sven Demo in the car. So a little bit of a late call for them, but that'll be a fast car for sure.
I mean, it looked. Alex Harrison got in under yellow, and then had a problem of some kind, and now they've gone and put Sven Demmel in.
Yeah, it looked to me like his connection was kind of all over the place. He was blinking in and out of existence, which is a sure sign that someone's torrenting something on your network. So gotta handle that. But Sven Demmel, we know from previously seeing around, he's plenty quick. And it'll be interesting to see what he can do. Trying to stay on the lead lap now, a different mission than he might have imagined once they got that wave, once they got back onto the lead lap.
So, what do we make of all of this now? Prancing Horses prancing away to a 2-second lead. Joshua Soto's first laps inside the race. And he's under some pressure from Heartland Autosport, from Family Planning, and from Love Racing, who are right behind him. And we've got maybe a little more of a form guide of what to expect from this now, going forward, that Heartland Autosport, very quick on new tyres.
A little drama there for Bill Salen on those cold tires. See him pointing the wrong way, but he keeps it off the wall and he gets the thing going again.
He's fried those hot dogs. Flips it around, he's still going. But under some pressure, Soto runs it so wide out of the snake pit. Probably has to get out of the throttle a little bit, and this will give Heartland Autosport, now John McManus driving, chance to haul him in.
And it's tough to make a move around here on the best of times, and even tougher when you know you got to do it super clean because you're on your last warning. So it'll be interesting to see what the Heartland Autosport guys are planning to do out there, if they've got something for Josh Soto. Soto, many-time winner in both the ChampCar Series and the Apex Series that we cover on Thursday nights, and know that he's got some pace. Maybe not looking quite as comfortable as we see him in his usual Miata though. A little bit wide here.
Inside at turn number 4 is a challenging move, and it doesn't lead towards having any traction off of the corner. So Love Racing, Schultz Putra having a sniff around in the background there as well. The Racing is well and truly alive at Charlotte, and Joshua Soto, yeah, just not looking as comfortable in the Mustang as he tries to bring the tires in, and he's got a big full fuel tank going on, and yeah, just keeping a couple cars behind him, while Kevin Parrish, the only driver who's been in the car since the drop of the green flag, is very, very comfortable and walking away to a little bit of a lead at the moment.
I was going to say that Parrish might have a little bit of an experience advantage at this point because he's been out there on new tires and heavy fuel 2 times. The rest of these guys haven't done it yet today. Top 4th through 5th staying close together. And all of them will be coming up on the Mosman car, piloted by Thomas Smith right now, shortly. Parrish will be the first one to have a go at it on the exit of 3 here. Exit 2, rather.
Here's what I can't believe is that Thomas Smith is only Thomas Smith number 4. Surely there is 1,000 of them out there, but he gets well and truly out of the way. He knows what's coming. He's got that awareness to know that, oh, here comes the leader, and here comes second place, but who will it be by the time they get to him? Heartland Autosport looking down the inside, and John McManus looking for second place is going to get it, pushing Joshua Soto back into third. Brooks Clayton still ahead of Sean Saputra behind. They continue to battle side by side through the infield. This is not optimal coming off the infield and onto the oval. Family Planning are going to have a monster of a run at them here as well. McManus stays middle of the road, now comes down to the apron, which is where I'd want to be to defend into the next braking zone. Soto looking to try to force them to defend the inside, and will force them to defend the inside. Side by side into the braking zone for the snake pit. Again, the inside line is where you want to be there. Big snap of oversteer from Heartland Autosport. I reckon they got a pretty stiff rear bar going on that Mustang.
Yeah, it can be fast, but it can be dangerous too. There's a move going now on the outside. Josh Soto looking in, and outside is inside in just a few seconds here. He lifts and gives back the spot, though. It can be really hard to break up the inside there. There's lots of debris, and there's that big camber change as the track goes from banked to flat, and they turn through that chicane. He's not done with that position yet, though.
No, behind him, fourth place runs wide in turn number 1, and Love Racing almost gives a little bit of Morse code to the bumper of Family Planning. Through 3 and 4, the pressure still on. Brake lights come on late. Car goes out wide, gets the grass. Big loose moment, nearly hip checks. Sean Saputra up front. Joshua Soto wants his spot back. Second through to 4th is box office stuff. Love Racing are up into 4th. Heartland Autosport, John McManus on the inside line here. Very tight line, trying to defend his second place. Soto thinking, which way do I go off the corner to try to get past you? And they're side by side on the high banks on the speedway of Charlotte Motor Speedway. Soto is going to be around the outside here. Not a good spot to be if you're going to try to pull off an overtake, but it's exciting racing to watch, and Prancing Horses will love it as their lead continues to extend with ferocious battling happening behind them in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Out of the snake pit, onto the banking once again, Heartland Autosport holding on to that 2nd place, but I think John McManus, he doesn't have those good gear shifts. Every time they take that shift from 3rd to 4th gear, look at Joshua Soto pull a couple tenths on him. That's one of the quirks of driving these H-pattern cars, Devin.
Yeah, these Mustangs, they got a lot of torque in them, so they're a little bit of a different beast. Normally you rev things all the way out to the red line, and these ones don't quite work the same way. So there's always a little bit of technique involved when you get the H-pattern. And I read a funny story the other day. It said the new generation is starting to treat H-pattern automatic or manuals rather like vintage records, and they're becoming more popular than they used to be. But we're talking about the difference between 3 and 5%. Either way,
everything old is new again, but there is more of a skill to shifting these cars than any of the paddle shift cars. I don't mind paddle shifts. I like paddle shifts on a race car. They're fun, they're quick, they're racy, but the H pattern is old school. It's mechanical, and it's a skill. And so it's different. In fact, sometimes, I don't think we've seen a whole lot of it today, but you can miss a gear and just not want to go into the gear that you're asking in this car.
Yeah, I've definitely done that in my own cars before. And done it on the sim once or 20 times, Another good run, though, here for Josh Soto, and he'll be looking to make his move with the help of a little bit of draft this time. But he tucks back in behind John McManus. Perhaps this is a strategy call. The Alpha guys will be recognizing that they lost positions due to fuel last time, so maybe they've decided that, hey, having fuel in what could potentially be one of our final stops coming up next might be a bigger deal than expected.
Wide up against the concrete out of turn number 1 for the pole sitters, the previous race leaders, but the pressure now on Alfa Velocica from first place to second place to third place. They get wide across the curb. They almost touch the grass. The only place around here I think you can touch grass. And yeah, we've seen it nearly spin them out before. It nearly spun out Love Racing, I think, before as well. You've got to respect the track limits when the limit of the track is there's no more pavement.
Yeah, as we saw in Austria in Formula 1.
I was about to say, my consulting services are available per hour if you run a Formula 1 Grand Prix.
I'll tell you exactly where to put the AstroTurf, let me tell you. But right. John McManus finding a bit of pace here now. He's got a little bit of breathing room, half a second, which is plenty around a track like this.
So every car has used 2 drivers except for Pinky's Out, where we've seen 3, and the leaders, Prancing Horses, where Kevin Parrish is still behind the wheel as a race leader.
I was going to say, speaking of Pinky's Out, Sven Demmel, as promised, is showing some pace. He's the fastest car on the track right now. He's 50 seconds behind that battle, nearly 70 seconds behind that battle up front. But he's taken chunks out of it. 4/10 last time by, and more than that out of everyone behind. So that Pinky's Out car, it's a ways back, but one more caution and a few more good laps, and all of a sudden he might be back in this thing. Certainly tracking down Bill Salen ahead.
Driving like a man possessed as he made a combo meal out of the curb through the bus stop there. Again, really, really quick, but is that kind of airtime, that kind of slide good for your tyres through the final chicane? Click, 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 and he's going to get that position because it hasn't gone cleanly for Bill Salen, and up into, that spot. Pinky's Out. That was a lapped car, but maybe not passing how he expected.
Heartland Autosport is going to be under some pressure this time. They got the snake pit pretty wrong, and they've got Soto right up behind him. But as I say it, Soto decides to lift off and not take the run, opting again to stay behind. I thought it was a sure thing that time. They really kind of got the first curb wrong into the snake pit that time.
Oh, and now they get turn number 1 wrong. Have to stamp the brakes on the exit. They get a little bit of a hello from Josh Soto as well on the way to turn number 3. It brings in Love Racing. Sean Saputra's looked pretty racy so far in this. Another huge slide from Heartland. Alfa Velocita looking to the inside here, and they go back up into second place. Love Racing put the nose in as well, and Sean Saputra, I don't know if John McManus was expecting you there.
Oh, it's dangerous. John McManus is looking like he's losing something. He might have been using a lot of tires through those first few laps, because all of a sudden he's way off the pace. That's a position for Josh Soto, though, brings them back up to second place. Only a 10-second gap out to the leader, thereabouts, so they'll need to start bringing that down. Meanwhile, behind, Love Racing up the inside. Sean Saputra makes the move. Makes it uncomfortable for Heartland Racing. Spins the tires up, though. Will he have the run through 3 and 4? They're leaving room for him on the banking.
Yeah, he's half in, half out of that apron, and he'll get it, which means he'll be down the inside, and he'll move up. Third, Heartland Autosport getting beaten and bullied a little bit here, and they go back to 4th place. A lot will still happen in this race before the checkered flag waves in 2.5 hours, including Love Racing getting it all wrong out of the final corner. Heartland back down the inside at turn number 1. Sean Saputra looking for the crossover, looking for the over-under. But he won't get it. Heartland Autosport to 3rd once again.
Yeah, Heartland did a really good job of getting up the inside, breaking it late, but continuing to break all the way to the apex. I really parked it there. Didn't let Love Racing get that crossover move in on the finish. All this battling, though, it is starting to bring Brooks Clayton and that family planning car back together. They're making some time, and we'll see if they can get back up in this battle. In the meantime, though, Love Racing still breathing the exhaust of Heartland Autosport, which is not where they were at the start of this lap.
on the banking. Okay, and I think one of the problems John McManus could be having, and this is hypothetical, but just what I'm seeing, that I think he might not have a clutch pedal or a H pattern shifter mapped, because just every single one of those gear shifts, it just seems like they're very, very sluggish, and he loses out on some of the momentum. They'll get an equal run to his competitors off one of the corners. It's going all great. And then when it comes time to go from third gear into fourth gear, it just takes a little bit longer.
Yeah. iRacing, I'm not sure if it's documented or not, but you can definitely run it without a clutch pedal. But you take like 1/10 of a second on every shift while the auto clutch does its thing. And you can be a lot more aggressive than that with your shifts if you're pretty good with your H pattern out there.
Way different lines through the infield here between John McManus and Sean Saputra. Way different lines coming off the infield and onto the banking, where Sean Saputra's way more comfortable putting the nose close to that apex tyre bundle. Makes a much wider arc of that corner, carries more speed onto the banking, into the slipstream to get his nose to the inside. He's got crossover, he's got side by side as they go in and they make contact, and he gets spun around.
That wasn't a clean one there from John McManus. Dialed it in really late and got into the side. Tough defended. Brooke Clayton had a bit of a look at Heartland after all that.
Yeah. Family planning closed in as Heartland Autosport were a bit slow away from the scene.
Continuing to watch though. We're following along with that Alpha car, which once it was released from the battle between McManus and Saputra, all of a sudden found himself with a lot of clean air and a lot of pace. So now he's right on with the Prancing Horses car, Kevin Parrish ahead, and running almost identical lap times, it must be said. So Soto's starting to find his feet inside this car. Prancing Horses, though, free ride no longer. Kevin Parrish is going to have to keep that thing going. And he certainly is. No fear of the curbs up there, and that really seems to be kind of a distinguishing factor of guys who are running the fast laps. They're comfortable jumping the thing over the curbs. Just looks like the real NASCARs out there when they get the thing going like that. A little more overtaking going on here as we watch, check in with Soto in the Alpha car. He's just gone and overtaken Bill Salin, putting that car another lap down. Been a hard go for that USA themed livery. And Alpha continues on, took 4/10 out of the leader that time by.
Certainly when that last safety car fell, shook things up a little bit, that some quicker cars ended up a little bit deeper to the field.
Now we got Bowie Suin on the main screen in that family planning car. Must be said, the family planning boys have gone above and beyond. I think this is one of my favorite liveries out here today. meant to say Brooks Clayton. I'm not sure I said it. But two folks who we know most from their contributions to the beer league. And if you read their banner, I'm not sure we can get a shot of the front windshield banner on that thing. It says "Fake Cars, Real Beer." I can get behind that. That's a good time on a Wednesday night.
You know what else is a good time on a Wednesday night, Devon? The ChampCar iRacing series.
Yes. Well, we don't run every single Wednesday, so when you gotta, spread them out in between. But the ChampCar iRacing series, of course, is our normal sprint series featuring 1 hour races. And our next one of those will be August 2nd at the, I gotta say, fan favorite VIR Full in the NC Miata. So we'll get that classic sailboat Miata out onto the track and let its chunky self go racing. Unfortunately, even the iRacing version doesn't have the oak tree in it anymore, so we'll just have to pretend that it's there. But what we won't have to pretend is good racing, because on the Sprint Series, always plenty of cars, plenty of action, and with an NC Miata, plenty of draft available. Camera switches over now to Pinky's out. Sven Demmel, as we've mentioned, still the fastest car on track, a 28.6 last time by. No draft at all, must be said. So really wringing the neck of that car as he pushes to keep himself on the lead lap.
How's about we ride on board for a lap or two with Sven Demmel then to see how he's doing it? And you and I could take a little break, come back in a minute with more coverage of the ChampCar iRacing series. 4 hours of Charlotte. It's Ford Mustangs on the Charlotte Roval, and you're riding on board with Pinkies out. Back here with you at the ChampCar iRacing Series, 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. As Thomas Smith in the Most Mint Racing gets a big chunk of that dirt in the infield, spins it round, and the Most Mint Racing car takes a big hit against the wall, disabling the car, knocking out the engine, and bringing out the second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. As Thomas Smith in the Most Mint Racing gets a big hit against the wall, disabling the car, knocking out the engine and bringing out the second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. As Thomas Smith in the Most Mint Racing gets a big hit against the wall, disabling the car, knocking out the engine and bringing out the second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. As Thomas Smith in the Most Mint Racing gets a big hit against the wall, disabling the car, knocking out the engine and bringing out the second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte, and we have our second caution of the day. 4 hours of Charlotte Well, the first one really helped Prancing Horses, but I'm not sure they'll be quite as enthusiastic to see this second one, as it takes their nice little lead and their strategy advantage and flushes it all away and resets the field.
Yeah, they'll be hoping to get lucky on the go off the line on the start next time, because that gave them that 10-second gap, and they were doing a good job of holding on to it even as we stepped away for commentary.
Leaders are in the snake pit at the moment, so the pace car is still waiting on them. Pit entry will be closed. We've got 8 cars still going.
All 9 technically, but the most in the car will be waiting for its tow to finish up. They may not have enough fast repairs at this point. We'll have to see.
Yeah, given this is the 4th time on pit lane for Most Mint Racing, that gives me some cause for concern. Here goes the iRacing Costco Kirkland brand sedan to try to find the leader, who's going way, way too quickly for the fact that the pace car only wants to do about 30 miles an hour.
I think in my best iRacing spotter voice, "Let the pace car by," is what he's hearing right now.
You pass the pace car, you gotta let the pace car by. Let the pace car by. Let the pace car by. Stay behind the 07 car. Something like that, but it is catching the whole field now. Prancing Horses, Alpha, Velocitza, Heartland Autosport, the 3 cars behind at the moment. On the lead lap is the top 6 with Drivetrain Motorsport, Team Salem 1 and 3 laps down. Not been that long, about 20 laps since the last one. So I wonder what some of the teams opt to do on the back of this. I'm not sure we're going to see quite the same flurry of everyone to the pit lane, but on the other hand, free pit stop is a free pit stop.
Yeah, it's always interesting, especially in the real ChampCar races, to see what folks opt to do during cautions, because some teams will be very aggressive about taking that free fueling time, especially with the 5-minute minimums. But
I take it back, because you stop under this caution, you make it to the end with just one more stop. That wasn't true of the previous caution, but it is true now. We've sort of entered that window of one stop from the end if you stop now. So whole field behind the pace car. Pit entry would open this time, and we'll see if they're thinking what we're thinking, B2.
Yeah, we're going to get a good look. One winner out of all this will be that Pinky's Out car, gaining nearly a minute on the pack as they roll up to the back here. There'll be a couple of cars hoping that they can go and gain a lap back. I wonder too.
Here we go. So everyone else pits, but Salem and Drivetrainer Motorsport stay out.
Critical one for Drivetrainer. That'll put him on the lead lap. Stops are beginning now. Now, what we're looking for when we look at these stops is not only which side the tires go up, but also which cars blink in and out of existence, because that means their driver's been replaced. And we've just seen that Pinky's Out car blink and have the driver replaced. That's Alex Harrison now behind the wheel. Everyone else still going. Kevin Parrish in the Prancing Horses car. He pulls away quick, but not quite enough. Disadvantage of the qualifying spot. Josh Soto is going to take the lead. And it looks like Prancing Horses, Heartland Autosport, Family Planning, Love Racing, and then Most Mint and Pinky's Out will be the order. So Most Mint must have still had one in reserve, because that car is looking very straight, considering it didn't have a motor just a moment ago.
They're having stopped, now going to go around and try to catch that pace car. Shouldn't take too long because it is not a quick pace car at all. What is the official speed? It'll list it here. Pace car speed, 45 miles an hour, which, you know, would feel slow if you were driving down I-95 at that speed. Feels even slower when you're on a racetrack at that speed, and you have been at racing speed earlier on. I drove, a lap of Sebring at about that speed, I think. It just felt like an absolute crawl.
As I say, you must have been redlining the bus. Josh Soto's hungry to get going. He's looking at making moves on the pace car here, lining them up. And that Drivetrainer Motorsports car has gone and taken the pit lane, so he'll need to make sure he gets back out ahead of the pace car before the pit exit closes. So he's taking his wave around and fuel and looks like tires. And the pace car's crawling through 3 and 4. I know this isn't Talladega, but you do have to wonder if, as we see that Drivetrainer car get away with plenty of time, so now the race will be to try and get it back to the back of the grid. I do have to wonder if these cars would struggle to stay on the banking at 45 miles an hour. Most Mint now taking their stop, a second stop, 6 laps down for this car.
Yeah, what's the go with this? Because they took the fast repair. Did they forget tires or fuel or something, or they?
I'm wondering if the tow was long enough that they felt like they couldn't get out in time to stay on the lead lap, or on 6 laps down. They were going to lose an extra lap.
I suppose that's
no, or maybe they've got a drive-through.
unsafe pit exit, maybe. You've got to respect part of the blend on the exit here, I think, as well as the pit lane speed limits. So I think there is a little bit of a line on pit exit, but then also if you're speeding on the lane after your box, you'd get penalized. You can see, in fact, the blue cone there that says where you can blend from pit exit, and if you disobey the blue cone, it's a penalty.
Lights off on the pace
but one
car
that you can serve under caution?
I am a little confused by that. That might be a mistake on their part. We'll see how it works for them. But I mean, worst case scenario, they weren't losing much if they weren't sure.
Well, I don't know if there was one before, but there's no black flag on them now, and we're on the final lap of this caution.
And you'll see on the opposite side of the track, that's that Thomas Yankee and that Drivetrainer car just flying around the infield trying to make up some ground. He's
wait for me, guys, wait for me, I'm coming. Don't start the race just yet. But it will, but gain a bunch back after making that, getting waved around and making that stop, and now trying to catch the tail of the field again. And I'll be very thankful that doing 45 miles an hour here on the bank, and he's gonna get them before the race start.
Yeah, I like his odds, especially with the pace car going as slow as it is. Well played strategy-wise, though, must be said. Keeping their heads up for that opportunity. And we'll be coming through 3 and 4 into the green flag this time with it looks like 7 cars on the lead lap. Single file restart. Harrison hanging back a bit in 6th place.
Pace car comes in. Green flag's not out just yet, but back to the race lead. Your pole sitters, Alfa Velocica, take the race restart, Head of Prancing Horses, Heartland Autosport, Family Planning, Love Racing, Pinky's Out, Drive Trainer Motorsports. Now, they caught the tail of the restart, but they were still behind some of the lap down cars, Team Salem and maybe Most Mint, but they're in the race now. And the race is on up front still. Prancing Horses are off to a ripping restart. Kevin Parrish wanted to keep the blowtorch on Joshua Soto, and Love Racing looks like they might be nursing a little bit of damage, and they got some quick cars behind them as well with Family Planning and Pinky's Out. So all happening on the restart.
Yeah, that Love Racing car's got a bent up rear bumper, but hopefully it's not going to cost them too much in a straight line. Looks more like
it's pretty bent up on the front fender there as well, on the front right. That thing's taken a big hit. The race lead though, pressure is on. Middle of the road for Joshua Soto. Kevin Parrish looking around the outside, braking early, keeping pressure on the race leader as they go through the snake pit for the first time on this race restart. That is such a tough corner as Family Planning will almost get up against that wall. Your track out point, your fastest line takes you an inch away from the barrier through there. They all manage to just stay off it. The race lead, hopping a curb, hopping another curb, and completing first green flag race lap now that we're back.
Oh, we got a spinner.
From number 3, Heartland Autosport in third place. They go around, and they're in a really precarious spot. Most Mint, they have an evasive moment.
That's motor
there's
gone.
smoke. Is it gone?
We'll see if it moves, but I think that's gone. Yeah, and that car is dead in the water, and I think that might very well be the end of the race for Most Mint. But you know who's cheering? Because I was just about to mention it. I think the Prancing Horses guys are probably cheering because they are hoping But yes, so it'll be close here. It's 2:10, and we're going to come down to the 2 hour, close to the 2 hour mark, depending on how long this yellow goes. And I think the leaders of the pack might have just realized that as they start hustling now to get to the safety car and get that thing out on track sooner. But if Prancing Horses is able to make this driver change, they won't have to make another stop again. And with them keeping Kevin Parrish in the car as long as they have, I have to think that was kind of part of their strategy. We've been kind of monitoring their drive time so far.
Safety car, again, a little late out of the lane. The leaders come around, and by the time the car scrambles, they're well past where it blends out of pit exit. So, Alpha Velocita lead again under the third caution of the day from Prancing Horses, Love Racing, Family Planning. And then Pinky's Out, Drive Trainer Motorsport, and Heartland Autosport are all on the lead lap. Team Salem are 2 laps down, and Most Mint Racing, I think they've been through all of their spare motors, unfortunately. And that might be that. So a pit stop from Heartland Autosport's an interesting one. They have come in, the number 64 car, and out very quickly, just 10 seconds, I think, topping up the fuel there. So John McManus stays in the car, and it looks like they just maybe whacked some new tyres on or topped up the fuel. It puts them to the back of the train here, but it maybe puts them in an interesting strategy position. Again, for all of these cars, we think there's probably, in a best case scenario, only one stop left to get to the end, doing about 80 minutes on a tank of fuel. What are the lights on the safety car doing? They're out. So, oh, no, they're not. They're still going. So with no flurry of pit stops, because this third caution is right back off the back of the second caution. Most of these drivers deciding, well, I haven't used up these tyres. In fact, I've warmed them up. They're right in the perfect slot now. And fuel, no dramas. Still looking at only one stop to get to the end of here. The likes of Alpha Velocita, Prancing Horses, Love Racing, all saying we want to keep our track position. Front right of that car for Love Racing. Did they get it fixed up? No? Now I think the lights are off on the pace car. And Joshua Soto is trying to push it along, but no avail. That thing is stuck on cruise control at 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't even bump draft the thing to make it go any quicker because they don't give it a collision model. I think they know us sim racers too well. We'd all be giving it bump drafts.
I want you to go out there and hit the pace car.
Well, we'll see. Teams are going to be hoping for a clean start. In the midst of all that, Alex Harrison did manage to gain a spot for that Pinky's Out car. Otherwise, our top five stays the same. I'm seeing an interesting line here from Josh Soto as they go around the banking. I think he's conscious of the iRacing rules that allow you to pass on the right on the oval before the start-finish line, but not on the left. Not sure how that would play out here.
Pace car's in, green flag shortly. It's at the start-finish line, but it waves before they get there. It waves now as the leader comes through the chicane. And that chicane gives you a great opportunity to push off and build a couple car lengths gap before you get into turn number 1, and before we get racing again.
Yeah, everyone taking it careful through turn number 1. Some fresh memories and some fresh skid marks in there. And critically, 2:01:30 as that green flag gets us underway. So the Kevin Parrish piloted Prancing Horses car will be needing to come and take a pit stop under green here pretty quickly. Luckily for them, it'll be a short one. Lots of fuel in that car.
Well, a driver change still takes the driver change time, so it won't be covered by fuel. Is actually kind of the other way to look at it, which I guess I might consider a problem. Whole field racing on to the banking for the first time on this restart. Around Charlotte banking they go. It's Harrison back in the Pinky's out car. Not shy of putting a little bit of pressure on family planning there. First, second, third as they shoot through your shot. A little clearer, but a big move from Harrison, who then gets wide on the exit. Is he going to stay in 4th place?
Yeah, it was a brave move under braking, but with the inside line, I think he'll have the shorter run. And as expected, we're seeing that white car of Prancing Horses peeling off towards the pit lane this time.
So now Alex Harrison, that's 3rd place that he finds himself in. Love racing. Sean Saputra has a big wiggle, putting the power down, and it means the race lead for Joshua Soto now out to more than 2 seconds. A lot of change happening off that first lap of the restart. Love racing 2nd, Pinky's out 3rd.
And Austin Knight gets in that Prancing Horses car and he's revving it to the limit on the pit lane. And in the back shot there, you see the most mid cars stranded, unfortunately. And if you've blown them over at the racetrack, you know how they feel. Tired because they're on their back in the oil, trying to put it back in. That's what it is.
Yeah, I guess they must think they can fix it, because both Andy Cosick and Thomas Smith are still in the session, connected to the server. John McManus, Heartland Motorsport, he's all over the back of Drivetrainer Motorsport. Thomas Yankee, as they go into the snake pit, and Drivetrainer Motorsport goes in way too deep. Instead of cutting the corner, park it on the apex. So no slowdown penalty from that one for Drivetrainer Motorsport, because they stayed within the track, but it might have always been quicker just to cut the corner. Here they are, feeling the pressure. Thomas Yankee breaks in way too deep. He's going to cut the corner, and he just stays on the track, but has to just about park it.
Yeah, it would have been feeling really bad as he drove over the curbs in that one, I gotta imagine. It would have made some bad noises, some bottomed out suspension, but probably would have been a little quicker.
So it puts Heartland Autosport back into the top 5. And then this is 4th and 3rd. That's ahead of them. Fastest lap of the race remains a 1:28.4, but the track has cooled off in places quite significantly. Now 6:15 local time, and you're getting some really long shadows off of the grandstands, the building, etc., etc. And that lap just then off the restart from Alfa Velocita, a 1:28.8. So they're pretty close to that kind of speed again now.
Yeah. Critical points where that shade is starting to hit the track too. Entry to turn 1, exit of turn 7 onto the banking. So 2 spots where there's a lot of lap time to be made. Must be
side by side on the speedway for Pinky's out and family planning in the battle for 3rd. Alex Harrison hasn't gotten off the snake pit well. Brooks Clayton's gotten around the outside of him on the banking, inside to the next chicane, but not willing to break as deep as Alex Harrison, who holds his position in a move that I wasn't expecting. I would have thought if you had the inside to that chicane and you were side by side, you were going to take it, but no. Braver or more fearless, Alex Harrison holds his third place. Not how I thought it was going to play out.
Yeah, that's really nicely executed by him. The guy on the outside can always break a little bit later because he's got a wider line, right, of course, and he did a really good job of holding on to it that time. We'll see, though, kind of sloppy through 3 and 4. So we'll see if he's able to keep holding on to this position.
I guess it's like jousting on the ledge of a cliff, though, because if they make contact, the guy on the left gets to cut across the grass, but the guy on the right might end up in the wall. It's a different risk to be on the right-hand side than to be on the left-hand side as you approach that chicane, I guess.
Yeah, and that could be an expensive incident with the wall right on the outside there. I think folks discovered that when they went racing here. Safer barrier ain't cheap to replace. And going through the snake pit now.
It's barrier that's meant to be safer to your neck when you go into it at 200 miles an hour, not barrier that's meant to be safer to your body panels and your suspension.
Family planning car taking some creative lines there through 3 and 4. NASCAR trying to maintain a gap, maybe try and get a run on the exit to the chicane. Really is hard to make a move down into the last turn there. These cars have just enough brakes to make them able to stop, unlike the NASCARs that start braking 800 feet out, you know.
Well, they've also got quite a bit more horsepower as well to arrive at more speed into those braking zones. What do they race closer to 650, 700 horsepower on street courses, and we're dealing with about mid 300s. Yeah. I think we can call Alex Harrison the closest thing to a local boy in this as well at the moment, because it's a Floridian leading the way. Sean Saputra is Club Michigan. Behind him here is Club Ohio, Brooks Clayton. And Carolinas is Alex Harrison. Michael Derby knows it better than me and might correct me if I was way wrong.
And Harris still pretty new to iRacing. I'd be surprised if this is more than a year for him at this point. Races with Wild Hair Racing, so we've got 03 Miata. So he'll be well at home in the future rounds. So we're running the NC Miata next week at VIR, or in a few weeks here at VIR. Big drift there through turn number 1, but he manages to hold it. And it's kind of hard. This car likes a lot of slip angles, so it's kind of hard to tell what's fast and what's not sometimes. But I think that was a fast drift.
There is two different types, isn't there? There's, oh, that's so fast, he's got a little bit loose, and there's like, oh, that's so sideways, he's not getting any power down, and he's scrubbing all the speed, and he's woefully offline. So yeah, I guess there is something to be said about there's two different types of drifts.
Now I'm watching my stopwatches a little bit, and Austin Knight's back out on track, and he is still lapping after that pit stop pretty quickly. 129.9 last time by, 130.3, but it's not as quick as the leader. So he's actually losing time right now on that Alpha Velocity car with the likes of Josh Soto at the wheel. And so he'll need to keep an eye. He's only got a 25-second buffer or so until he starts to see those headlights in his rearview mirror, and he'll be desperately hoping to stay on the lead lap. So keeping track of that gap is going to be a really important one for the outcome of this race. I think if Austin Knight can get back to the back end of the pack, he might have a little bit more to give him.
Yeah, a minute off the leaders and having no trouble staying on the lead lap, though. Would need to lose 30 seconds to get into that danger zone.
I only say it because he lost 1.1 last time by, but that might have just been a bad lap.
Closing up and quickly, Heartland Autosports, John McManus, they were the only car really that opted to stop under the last caution, cost them all of their track position, but may have played them into an interesting position. If we get another caution, they'll probably be the quickest through the lane at that caution, might gain some track position back there. Or if it stays green, they'll have a shorter stop in that circumstance as well that could gain them a little bit. So if they were thinking strategically, they made a pretty bold call to basically drop to the back of the field, but then focus on the remaining half of the race. Tagging the wall, pinkies out, Alex Harrison. Family planning come through back into third. The snake pit has bit for pinkies out.
Yeah, and John McManus in that Heartland Autosport car is suddenly getting there a little bit quicker than expected. He was taking chunks out of them before, but now he's going to be on them going to turn one this time.
His look. Whoa.
Good run there. That was good curb, not bad curb.
Okay, so we've got good curb, good drift, bad drift. Are we playing like good cop, bad cop as well, or?
We'll see. But
healthy fats, unhealthy fats.
I'm thinking if we get these words down, simple enough, maybe me and you could just replace ourselves with some sort of soundboard.
I worry that's not too far away. Another little slide out of Pinky's out and Alex Harrison.
Our producer's just informed us that he's got a beta going already.
So how aggressive do you want to be if you're Heartland Autosports John McManus? Quite aggressive. Looking to the inside at the snake pit, throwing it in with a big slide, parking it at the next apex, but making the move stick. I think that's kind of how you got to do it if you're going to get down the inside there, is really throw it down the inside, and Alex Harrison knows what's up. And maybe shouldering the responsibility of knowing he's sharing that car with two other drivers, not just one other driver.
Yeah, it's Alex Harrison.
I don't know about you, but in an endurance race, when I'm in a situation like this and I know I'm sharing the car with some other people, I kind of feel them as my shoulder angel, maybe saying, no, don't make that risky move.
My move usually is stuff it into the wall and then feel that.
So we're now up into fourth place for John McManus. Next car is that third place, Brooks Clayton. The track is super cooling off. You notice that we've not only is the sun getting lower, but we've hit a little bit of cloud in the last minute as well. So the official the official weather measurement of the track temperature actually happens at the start-finish line, which I think falls under shadow quite quickly here. So other parts of the track might be hotter than indicated on this graphic, but at the start-finish line and some of those other parts that are within shade, it's about 85 Fahrenheit, which isn't helping the rear tires or the traction from anyone coming through the snake pit. John McManus lights them up. Alex Harrison has a whopping slide as well.
It must be set up looser than he likes. He's a quick driver, so we know what he's capable of.
This is our race leaders. They got a little over 6 seconds in hand now. It's gone out to 6.8 as they start to walk away a little bit from Love Racing in second.
Love Racing's been doing well in this sort of middle stint here, just quietly plugging in the laps. Has lost a little bit of time on the leader, but not too much. Has been right there with him in terms of average pace. If you look back at your 5-lap average and stuff like that, losing hundredths of a second, not tenths at this point.
Likes a little bit of that apron for the short run around.
Track limits, you just got to keep one tire on, right?
Yeah, I mean, half the cars, it's all good,
iRacing keeps track of that for us. Luckily, we don't have to do anything like Austria.
No, and it happens quickly too. We're not applying post-race. Boy, oh boy. Well, here's family planning. Brooks Clayton in third. Got John McManus. He's the hunter at the moment at this stage of the race, the one making the moves.
Mm-hmm. And he really got a twitch on going into the brakes, did McManus, as the car kind of moved right under braking and clipped that inside curb, but managed to keep a hold of it, keep it off the wall.
Of the 3 driver teams for Pinky's Out, we've seen all 3 of their drivers, but for Family Planning and Heartland Autosport, we've only seen 2 of the 3. For Family Planning, they've still got Brian LeBlanc on the sidelines. And for Heartland, we haven't seen Dakota Knapp yet.
Yeah, we got high expectations for those folks. We'll have to see what they got. Knapp's another member of that Heartland team in the real world as well. More experience in the GR86 though, it must be said, which is a pretty different beast from this thing. You will run out of front grip on the Mustang a lot faster than you do on the Toyota.
Oh, he has another difficult moment in the background. Alex Harrison for Pinky's Out. The rear tyres lighting up off of the snake pit. See if we can take a look at it again. Not dissimilar to how he lost some of those positions earlier. It's style points, though. I'll pay the style points. And, we've all been on the internet long enough to see Mustangs leaving car meets, and he was far more graceful than any of those.
Yeah, it's hard to catch them from what I could tell from watching lots of YouTube videos.
I think the problem is that Ford must have started at some point fitting magnets that are attracted to light poles and curbs and other innocent bystanding traffic vehicles and pedestrians.
Maybe it was those ferromagnetic shocks they got. They're all fancy and changing the ride height stuff. Just pulling people straight into light poles.
More like terra magnetic then.
We are making fun of Alex, but it must be said they won CMP 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, with Pinky's Out in the ChampCar Endurance Series. Shoulder Angel might tell me who he drove with on that weekend as well, as I think he just puts down a mirror of his previous rubber marks through that corner.
I'll note also that Bill Thalen's reminded me that not all Mustangs have the fancy shocks, and he's right about that, of course. These ones certainly did not, with their straight axle rear ends, I believe.
The longest running cars since their last pit stop. We had basically everyone pit in that previous wave of caution. So just on their 20th lap is the leaders and Pinky's Out and Drive Trainer and Prancing Horses. The cars that have stopped more recently, Team Salem, and also that unique strategy call from Heartland Autosport, who are only on their 15th lap since they last topped off their fuel. So 5 laps better in that, as far as you look at the fuel range and how much fuel they got on board.
We are seeing the lap time start to crawl up too. Average at the front is now closer to a minute 30 than it is a minute 28, a minute 29, like we were seeing at the start of the stint. So drivers are definitely feeling the wear on these tires. Josh Soto actually had a bit of a moment in accident 3 that time. He's carried on gracefully, but he took so much curb that he got that kind of dreaded double bump. And if you get that wrong, you can get out in the grass real quick and cost yourself a lot of lap time.
You and I have both seen Joshua Soto in some different cars, in some different types of iRacing before, and do you get the feeling like he's just not the kind of guy who knows how to drive 8/10ths? As it's on in third and fourth, big moment from Brooks Clayton and John McManus. What did you see there, Devin?
Brooks Clayton was accident 6 and slid it wide. That surface change and the crest caught him out. And he bumped it off the wall real hard. And as he carries on, he's crabbing it back to the pit lane.
Well, yeah, the rear suspension does take a big hit off that wall, just coming towards the infield, and I reckon they've done a number on it, that's for sure. Looks like it's facing the wrong way for family planning.
Yeah, they're going to make it back to the pits.
Yeah, it's Nolly.
Yeah, it was a big hit. So it's definitely enough to knock the toe out of it by the looks of things, and hopefully they still got a fast repair. It's easy to use them by accident in a race like this if you're not careful. So he'll hit the lane and get it to that pit lane speed limit. 40 miles an hour down this lane is excruciating even under caution, not to mention during a real, live race situation. So it'll be interesting to see where he comes out relative to the prancing horses. Got to think that even with the fast repair, he'll come out behind. There will be
trouble slowing it down in the box, but you get a great view of how all of it fixes very quickly, suspension, body panels, etc. And we are going to see, for the first time, Brian LeBlanc, our first Canadian, Devin.
Oh, you know how I feel about Canadians.
You know how I feel about New Zealand now I'm, an official citizen.
Yeah, it was weird how that happened so quickly after that SVG race. But anyway, no, I'm a big fan. It'll be exciting to see what Brian's got to do here.
I think also kind of critical for them is they are going to stay on the lead lap here with all of this. A pretty quick stop because, like we said, only 20 laps since they last topped off that tank. So they remain on the lead lap. They get a new driver. They get some new tyres. Did they get new tyres?
Yeah, they did take left sides and right sides. So they accommodate, or were sort of prepared, I guess, for the driver swap to happen as well. We really do need to get some mocap of ChampCar teams doing their pit stops and send it off to iRacing, let them do what they will with it.
Oh, I would love that, because you and I have been to a couple ChampCar races and we've seen some interesting pit stops. Everyone's got their own methods, their own little ballet dance.
Oh yeah.
And it's not it's not that funny, because it's not funny, but I have seen someone trip and fall carrying a fuel jug before, and because they were okay and it was a long time ago, it was funny to see. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure our iRacing teams here want their pit stops to go like that.
I think it adds something, I had a pit stop once where the team beside us was driving a rotary, and they came in right at the same time, put their open mouth fueler, cracked the top of it, and started glugging fuel down into the fuel tank. It was like one of those 6-inch, 8-inch openings, whatever, just in the trunk, and the fuel splashed out off the top of the fuel cell and onto the hot exhaust, and it was like a 10-12 foot wall of flame back there. All of a sudden our pit stop got interrupted, as we ran the fire extinguishers over there. But anyway, we don't need that kind of drama in our real lives, but it would be kind of interesting to see iRacing implement some problems in the pit lane.
Some kind of, not only do you, keep track of your iRating or whatever, but you've got to level up your pit crew or something.
Oh yeah, give me a rhythm game for I gotta hit some pedal inputs in time with a pit stop music.
There was an F1 game that had that, right? Like you would come into your pit stall and it would give you a random combination of buttons to press, and if you press the right ones in the right order, you got a quick pit stop. Ooh. I swear there was like a PlayStation. I remember it.
I don't, but I love the idea.
I know that there are people watching older than me and people watching younger than me. I think we've got the right spread of audience that someone will say, yes, I remember playing that at my cousin's house in 2002 on his PlayStation.
Well, I'll let you keep holding out for it.
Of course, a reminder about the pit stops and pit stop times and stint lengths, blah, 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 blah. HJBC.live has the live timing right now. Head across there and you can keep track of your friends, your teammates, your rivals, your lovers even. I won't judge.
I didn't add a lovers field into the driver survey, so might have to change that for next time. But
I'm sure there are friends of love racing out there, and they're lovers, not fighters.
Speaking of lovers, Brian LeBlanc, that's a French name, right? For their loving ways.
I feel like I'd be doing it a disservice if we called him, Brian LeBlanc. So it's clearly got a little more, qualified to be a chef kind of about it.
Well, Brian's been putting together some pretty solid laps last couple times by 29th, and pretty much the only other car on track doing that right now is the leader. So pretty solid stuff for him. Now, granted, he's got those fresh tires, so we'll have to see how it settles in, but he also has a full load of fuel, so doing some pretty good lap times for this point in the stint for him, must be said.
And another point about pit stops and all that, the Most Mint racing car has been on the lane for 36 minutes now, but I reiterate, Andy Kosick and Thomas Smith remain present, like they think in 10 minutes or so it might be back out.
Yeah. While we're waiting for that motor to go back in, we've got a battle on track between 5th and 6th place. That's Drive Trainer Motorsports and Prancing Horses getting close together, this time off the infield. Thomas Yankee's been at the wheel of that Drive Trainer car and has been slowly losing time to Austin Knight, freshly into that Prancing Horses car. And Austin leaves the fair gap, but I gotta think he figures he's got the run. Doesn't exactly execute it. It'll be close on the way down into that last chicane.
Yeah, even when you're quick, tough to find exactly where you think you might get around here. It's not Daytona, it's not Road America. It's a little more confined and a little riskier and a little less slipstream dependent as well.
And he hasn't done it yet. He's following along, getting close. I think trying to learn where he's got the overspeed. And the one thing I'll say is that Thomas Yankee is doing a good job of managing his exits. Austin had a bit of an opportunity there, but had to check up as Yankee was on the line.
Yeah, he got a good run through turn number 4 there, but was so close that he almost just got boxed in behind. That's a lesson that you learn. But he gets to the inside here, coming onto the banking, and the Drive Trainer car pushes up wide and has a little kiss with the barrier as Thomas Yankee picked up any steering or suspension damage from that. If he hasn't, he'll be A-OK. But the door, I feel like, was open.
Yeah, the door was open. I think Yankee just got a little surprised to see him there. It looks like the thing's still driving straight, so just cosmetic damage on the panels. It was a pretty light touch of the wall. It's kind of remarkable how bad real cars are at tapping walls when NASCAR seem to do it, 25, 30 times a race.
go 5 tires deep, get pulled out, go back into the race. Engineering. So, from what we know, we haven't had the full green flag stint to test it out, but our understanding is that the fuel tank will go about 80 minutes in these race cars. We are 92 minutes away from the checkered flag, which I put to you means we are 12 minutes away from a bit of a strategy window opening up that might tempt some people into taking a green flag stop in not too long.
Mm-hmm. And there is always the possibility of another yellow flag. So stay in close to the lead so that you stay on the lead lap. If that happens, I think is going to be a key factor here. Right now we've got Alpha out front with about a 10-second gap. And they're got 10 seconds on Love Racing and then 22 seconds on Heartland Autosport. Pinky's out is 30 seconds back. 32 this time at the line. I think if you're any further back than that, you're going to be really hard pressed to stay on the lead lap if you're going full fuel and tires. Even though you will be expecting the other guys to take a stop at some point, it's a bit risky.
I guess if you were a lot closer to the lead, you'd think about it. If you were within 30 seconds of the lead, you'd know that your stop would still keep you on the lead lap. But yeah, I take that point that a few of the drivers a little further back, hang on, no. If a caution comes out, it might trap me the wrong side of the leader if they are still out when it happens. If it happens, you never know, and that's what makes the strategy calls in a race like this a little bit of a gamble and a little bit of a game of chance. You say, if we do this and the race goes this way, we'll look like heroes, but if the small chance that this happens, we're left vulnerable there. So you got to take some level of risk if you want to be a winner. If you've got a good enough pace advantage on circuit, maybe you play the strategy safe.
Mm-hmm.
So, Will Nonamaker in the Team Salem car, celebrating 4th of July, and they've had a bit to celebrate.
Yeah, they're still lapping around out there. For some reason or another, their transponder doesn't seem to be working for us, but they're still out there running around. I take that back. We're still getting lap times from them.
We just don't have the infographic for them. They are not far from going a further lap down at the moment, as you see your race leader. Thomas Yankee not far from losing another position as well. Prancing Horses went by not long ago. Now Family Planning, Brian LeBlanc is going to look to the inside at turn number 1 and move ahead up into 6th place.
Yeah, Yankee's playing the role of middle driver really well here. He's just kind of out there doing laps and keeping the car pretty safe. And that's what you need sometimes. You put the real, wheelmen in the car and start at the end. But let some laps get chewed up in the middle while we wait for our final stops and potentially our final caution. Josh Soto is going to be doing some overtaking here too shortly, as he comes up on the back of that Will Wanamaker piloted Team Salem car. Soto, big drift. I think that might have been a slow drift as they went through 6, but now through 7, we'll see if he's able to get a better run. Interestingly, they're both pretty narrow on the exit, so I'm not sure they managed to carry a lot of speed through there.
Will Nonamaker's about 3/4 throttle here, and yep, sees it, gets on the brakes a little early. The race leader goes by, no dramas there. Gets an inch away from that wall on the exit though. It's hard to tell if they push out wide and get close to it, or they've got it all under control and they're kind of steering towards it to try to straight line the shortest run.
Mm-hmm. think it depends on how much angle they got counter steering it. But yeah, I hear you. Soto, though, still the quickest guy out in the field. Making time pretty much everywhere. Not about 4 or 5 tenths a lap on Love Racing behind. And as I talk about him, of course, he has a bad exit to 3, but he'll be coming up on more lap traffic here shortly. That's Yankee in the Drivetrainer Motorsport car that's ahead of him in shot. But he's making some time. Then it looks like actually Family Planning and Prancing Horses are sort of the next 2 quickest guys out on track. But they're separated by about 9 seconds, the 2 of them. So not expecting those 2 to converge soon. So we might as well go rejoin Josh Soto and see what he can do with Thomas Yankee ahead, as he takes chunks out of that gap.
Steering wheel says Ford Racing. Obviously, through some of the restructure, this, that, whatever, it's all called Ford Performance now, isn't it? Especially with their new GT4, GT3, and other things coming along. This is how Soto races the opening part of the lap. Really feels like a street circuit through turns 1, 2, and 3. Opens up a little bit more here. The inside line opens up for him to put a bit of a risky lap on, but he gets past.
Yeah, nicely executed from Soto there. Not the fastest place to make the pass, but the best one that was available, it must be said.
So he's got a 12-second lead over Love Racing in second, who've got 15 on Heartland Autosport, who've seen work their way forward as it's gone on. Remembering that about 25 laps ago, they were back of the field, made a late pit stop under a caution that no one else pitted with, and they've moved their way forward since then, and not in a bad strategic position because of that extra 10 seconds of fuel we know they put on then.
Yeah, absolutely. Will also be interesting as we get closer and closer to that final pit stop window to see who ends up in some of these cars for the final stint. A lot still left to decide here.
Correct. There's only one driver we haven't seen yet, and it is from this car, Heartland Autosport, and it's Dakota Knapp, because we've seen all 3 drivers out of Pinky's Out. We've seen all 3 drivers out of Family Planning. Heartland Autosport have got 1 in reserve because, as I look, 52 laps completed by John McManus. Andrew Lanning has done 43, and we're still yet to see Dakota Knapp.
When I ride along with Josh Soto, I'm just so impressed by how he slams the things over the bumps every single time. He jumped the curb so hard on the entry to Snake Pit that time that when he landed, all 4 wheels were locked and put up little puffs of smokes. Impressive amount of commitment, lap after lap in that car. You see it again there through the chicane.
You a Charlotte Hornets fan?
That's going to be a no from me. I'm not sure they have any fans. It's a NASCAR town.
They must. I mean, Indianapolis is an IndyCar town, but It's the Colts?
Yeah, the Colts are actually a good franchise. There's your difference.
Okay.
We'll see. If the Charlotte Hornet fans want to come out of the woodworks and correct me in the chat, I'll accept. Heck, we'll take them in the booth if they want to lecture. But to my recollection, they haven't done much of much.
I think it should tell you something that when you Google Charlotte Hornets, the first thing that comes up is an article about Victor Wembanyama because he plays for a different team but played against them, and that's all anyone cares about. Or there was something.
Yeah, that's about on brand.
Yeah. If every people Googling you just shows up other more interesting stories happening in the same league, they might not have enough going on for them. Well, by my count, we are one lap away from opening up a strategy window. Not one that everyone needs to look through. That's why that camera's there. That's, was that Love Racing or was that
Soto. Putting it into the outside wall. Letting that tail hang out a little bit too wide. Yeah, he's got the damage on that corner of the car to sort of suggest he's done it once or twice. Got damage on the right front and on the right rear.
Well then, that's just not how I would be driving. But if I was driving, maybe I wouldn't be leading. So it's tough to criticize. The race leader has got 14 seconds and more building over Love Racing because Nick Love's just caught Drive Trainer Motorsport where he needs to put a lap on there, but he's being relatively cautious about it, as you would expect. And look to the inside, heading towards the snake pit. Sean Saputra got that one lane to the inside. And gets in a little bit hot, but no dramas. He's passed and clear. Maybe lost about half a second to it though, just trying to make sure he got close and the other guy saw he was there before he, committed to throwing the big move.
Got good news. A feel-good story is back on track. That's Most Met Racing. They're out there lapping some more. Andy Cossack's behind the wheel now. Did a solid first stint, did Cossack, and I think after a healthy break, he's, they've put the motor back in the car. They're going to get their test day out of the thing, do a little bit of learning in the Mustang. It is a challenging car to drive. And let's maybe not talk about it too much because I don't want to jinx the thing into the wall.
Okay, well, after that's underselling it. I've got 46 minutes stop. 46 minutes stop for Most Men.
Speaking of stops,
is in the lane. Alex Harrison seeing the strategy window and Pinky's out. Think it's time to put someone else in the car and also change the tires, refuel, get this thing ready to go to the end and final stop out of the way.
Will be interesting to see if they manage to stay on the lead lap doing this.
No, they won't, but they might not be too worried about it. So the driver change is to Sven Demmel. The tyre change is to new tyres. And I'd say the fuel change, but I don't know if we've got a brand to plug.
Yeah, if you want to sponsor the fuel going into our virtual race cars, just let us know. We'll tell them it's anything, literally. Maple syrup? Sure. Well, it is close, though.
Could be Salem's ketchup, for all I know.
It might very well be. But Josh Soto pulling away. And that's actually only about a corner ahead, so Sven Demmel with that fresh rubber, he might be looking to try and find his way back around Soto here if he's got the chance.
It's true that rubber is worth quite a bit initially when it goes on. It seems to have, a second and a half of performance in it before it, gets a bit hot, gets a bit slippery. The track conditions should be kind to it. They are getting very racy, longer shadows, sun lower, approaching 7 p.m. in the local time.
Mm-hmm. Got 81 degrees Fahrenheit track temp, at least on the front straight there.
So anyone, I guess, cover off that Pinky's out strategy, or are they just going to try to run long? What were we told about? 50 laps on a tank? Someone told us a number, and it's been 37 laps since most drivers pitted.
I've just been following along with Demo in the Pinky's out car, and he got the snake pit all kinds of wrong that time, getting reacclimated to the car, but I think hit all the curbs that were available. So that won't have gained him any time. He'll have to get those tires warmer before he goes and makes his push.
Still cold tires. No need to push too hard when you've got still more than an hour to go.
And speaking of lap cars, Josh Soto is going to be pushing up on the family planning car piloted by Brian LeBlanc shortly here. So we'll be interested to see how easy or difficult Brian decides to make that on Josh.
So if I've got this right, LeBlanc would just mean the white, right? Like Gandalf?
Yeah. I'm sure
French
it looks
Gandalf?
like Gandalf. Yeah. It's a very common name. Lots of LeBlancs around. Man, can you get a shot of Demo going through the snake pit? He hasn't quite figured it out yet. That was another interesting trip through it this time. A little better than how it went last time, but as you see, he turns in, gets a whole lot of curb, and then a whole lot more curb. He'll have to get himself situated.
The sponsor in that part of the track is for like heartburn medication or something. So yeah, I wonder if he needs that.
29.0 last time by from Soto, so he's pushing. Wonder if
Saw him getting almost fully airborne through the curbs of the final chicane as well. So yeah, he has been going hard.
Also worth noting that what do we got for an incident count on him? That team 13. Is that accurate?
For the 07.
Team's actually up to 20. So
of an allowed 50 before you get a drive-through penalty.
I was misremembering. It's 50, 20, 20. So still not a factor yet, but and Sven goes and uses all the curbs once again. But yeah, quick laps out there now. So you see a little change in the gears of the race. And we got a taker on the pit lane. That's Sean Sputra and the Love Racing car that's gone down the pit lane now.
Yeah, second place. I'm guessing a driver change probably in order here as well, which would get them to the end. So the Love Racing 647 looks for their crew, looks for one of their faster repairs, and looks for some new tyres. And it will be Sputra out, Nick Love in. Cars go past them here, including Heartland Autosport now up into second. We know that they can run a lot deeper into the back half of this race if they want to. Does Nick Love know his steering wheel is hard down to the left, or is he going to find out? He's found out. No, he's going to find out.
Always dangerous. Got to make sure you reset that wheel. Take a peek at your little indicator on the bottom left. Pro tip. I've learned that the hard way on a few walls.
There's the race leader going to start catching Family Planning to put a lap on them. The reverse is happening, though, as Sven Demel is catching him to unlap the Pinky's Out car. And it's actually for position between Pinky's Out and Family Planning here, which is why Sven Demel is looking to get through. Got those new tyres right in the window. He is going to get side by side to unlap himself.
This is important. If a caution comes out, then it means that Demel could rejoin the back of the line rather than being caught a lap down. So potentially fresh tires on offer, all those sorts of things.
Did it come up? And I didn't see it. Last lap of the race was the fastest lap of the race for Sven Demel, and the first lap time we've seen in the 1:27s with a 1:27.954. His next target, Family Planning's Brian LeBlanc for 5th place. Still a pit stop to come from that car as well, though, and not close enough at the snake pit to make a move. We have had final stop out of Love Racing, who've rejoined in 3rd. So that's another car they need to compare themselves to. Love Racing, 23 further seconds up the road from where Sven Demel is at the moment. He's looking high on the banking to look to the inside in the final chicane. He's got no overlap approaching the braking zone, and so he can't shove the nose down the inside and make an issue of it, but he can cut back over under off that corner to get to the inside at turn number 1. I think that's where he'll try to get past. And then so too will Joshua Soto, saying, I'm putting a lap on you. So 1 for position, 1 for the leader, 2 for the money, 3 for the show, something like that. They all get past Brian LeBlanc, Family Planning.
Yeah, nicely executed there. And of course, that 27.9 was done with the help of a fair bit of draft. So it will be interesting to see if Soto's able to hook up onto the draft of Demel ahead here and gain a little something, whether it's lap time or fuel.
I googled it, and I got the MF Doom lyrics instead of the other common phrase. I'm sure I can read that one out. But we're in an interesting phase as far as the race pace is going, as far as this split in strategies we've had from the teams that have seen the pit window open and have opted to take their stop versus those who are still running long. Alfa Velocita, Joshua Soto on screen, still running long. Heartland Autosport in 2nd. And we still will need one more stop out of Prancing Horses and Drive Trainer Motorsport. Probably, definitely Family Planning and Team Salem.
Expecting pretty much everyone but Pinky's Out and Love to need another stop. Interestingly, Love not only didn't lose a lap under that stop, they also didn't even, they only lost 1 position. So, and a position that'll certainly be regained when McManus gets back out on track.
We're seeing how good new tyres could be, and so in that regard, Love Racing are on those new tyres. Joshua Soto is seeing out these old ones. There could be a little bit of an undercut, and I'll keep an eye on the lap times. Love Racing 647 versus the race leaders, the number 07. And you could keep an eye on them too if you go to hjbc.live with the live timing for all of our broadcasts, not just this one, but all of the regular season ChampCar iRacing series races and everything else we cover as well.
Of course, this is the 2nd round of the ChampCar Enduro Series, so 2 more rounds to go, yet to be featured, and a $150 Champ Buck prize that you can apply towards racing in the ChampCar Series. Available at each one, as well as another $150 for the grand prize for the the season-long points rather.
Last lap for Love Racing, their personal best, not quite at the speed of Sven Demel, but a 28.794. means they're finding more speed than they had previously, and the last lap for Joshua Soto in the race lead was a 1:28.9, so only 0.2 of a second difference there. But it is showing that new tyres are doing something at the moment for a lot of these competitors.
Yeah, starting to see some crossover on the strategies, seeing cars that are on old tires getting run down by cars that are on new tires and vice versa. We'll see a few moves like that in the near future. I'm kind of following along with John McManus as he approaches what is a lap car, but that'll be Thomas Yankee in a drive trainer car. Heartland will have to make a clean overtake here. We do expect to see McManus out of this car at the next stop, which will presumably mean that Dakota Knapp goes in.
You would imagine, especially because I can see Knapp is connected and he's standing by. In fact, everyone's in the server. Absolutely everyone. Oh, it's funny. It's rare to see an event like this. Everyone's still running on track as well, even with the long delay that most Mint Racing had. 46 minutes and 20 seconds to put in a new motor?
Yeah. That's about how fast a bunch of professionals would do it. We usually take 2.5 hours. But we've actually just missed Cossack being overtaken by Nick Love. It was a huge battle, but Nick Love in that Love Racing car has also gone and done the lapped car overtake.
Okay, here's like a little brain teaser for you. What could you possibly break that would stop the engine from running that you could replace in 46 minutes that's not the whole engine block? Like a fuel pump or something in the ignition?
Yeah. Probably a bunch of stuff, depending on how many spares you got around. I mean, wouldn't be that bad to do a radiator. Probably wouldn't take 46 minutes. Maybe punched a hole in your oil pan and caught it before your motor exploded. I think he's out just did another 27.9 last time by. Oh no, 28.2 last time by, but still flying around out there. Could criteria of making the motor stop though, that's kind of tricky. I think if you had the accident that they did,
a dead battery.
Yeah,
alternator and dead battery.
Could be. I could also see with the way they stuffed it into the wall, radiator, and you got to attach it to the truck to yank the frame straight again because you bent the the front frame rails in towards each other real good when you stacked it.
So, Joshua Soto still out there. Last lap 29.7. Last lap for Love Racing. They're finding their groove 29.3, so pulling a couple more tenths out of that. But they've got to now start thinking about Pinky's out, who are 20 seconds behind. They're on very similar strategies, Love Racing and Pinky's out. Love Racing have got just 20 seconds clear of them. The cars in between, Heartland Autosport and Prancing Horses, still need another stop.
Yeah, interestingly enough, everyone's managed to get to 3 stops. Either that or my tracker only covers 3 stops. That must be what it is. Because I'm pretty sure that most Mint's on 4 or maybe 5.
I regret to inform you that most Mint are on 6.
Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, but I can definitely see the 3 most recent.
So then, when would your race leader have to stop? The 07 of Joshua Soto, the car last stopped 46 laps ago. They went through one 3-lap safety car period amongst that, which extends it a little bit. But
10 or
I
15
dare
minutes.
say, best case, 10 or 15 more minutes, not a whole lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, the same would be true of Prancing Horses, who are in 4th at the moment, only 3 seconds ahead of Pinky's Out. Which happens? Sven Demel catches and passes them, or that car has to pit. Oh, whoa. Peter just had a big scrape of the wall out of the final corner. Like, bigger than we'd saw before. Pretty chunky little wall ride.
Ooh, yeah, that was a hard hit. The first one in particular has me a little nervous for him. I wonder if he managed to do anything to the rear suspension. He's definitely pushing for everything he's got, though, right now. It is, I must say, it's pretty atypical. We don't usually see this many, kind of issues from Josh Soto. He's a shockingly clean MX-5 driver that is really, really fast. But with the way he's gone and taken 7 there, I have to wonder if he's managed to do a little bit of damage to that car.
Got to find some way to scrape up the left-hand side now, because from the front bumper down the fender to the door to the rear fender to the rear light, he's given everything on the right-hand side a good little buff. Heartland Autosport are in the lane now. They've come from 2nd place on circuit. And for them, are we going to see the return of the nap? It's tyres, but yeah, here comes the driver change, and it is Dakota Knapp for his first laps of the race with the 1 hour to go mark.
It'll be interesting to see what Dakota brings in terms of pace. It's always exciting to see what a new driver brings to the table. Ooh, we got the Mosman guys off track again. They're keeping it going, fortunately, but had a little lapse of concentration by the looks of things on the exit of 3. You see him just run a little bit loose, catch it, and just grass all the way out. And if you get in there shallow enough, you can ride it out. If you get in there too steep, all of a sudden you end up, hard into that safer barrier.
So Heartland only ran 42 laps in that one, whereas the leaders Alpha Velocita have already done 48 and still going. And it was a 43-second stop, which is longer than Pinky's Out and others did. So have they brimmed that car when the race is going to be about 20 minutes shorter than that?
Hard to say. Seen another car on the pit lane though. Thomas Yankee in that drive trainer car is now coming to a stop in front of his box. 2 tires on. Haven't seen him out of the car. Yes, we have. As the other 2 tires will go on. Yeah, sure enough. And Bowie soon gets back in the car for the end of the race.
Yeah, they went 47. And now their stop time approaching 30 seconds, which is what everyone else, bar Heartland Autosport, did.
Battle out on track for position. Pinky's Out is catching Austin Knight in the Prancing Horses car.
Yeah, Prancing Horses are also still going to need one more stop, but we think Pinky's Out were the first car to stop inside of the window to fuel all the way to the end. Right underneath. Rear bumper here. Inside line gets offered up very, very graciously, heading towards the snake pit, and up into 3rd place now goes Pinky's Out.
Yeah, chewing up the gap. That was another quick lap, and that puts Pinky's Out up onto the podium. Gotta think.
Yes, easily it does. Only one of the cars in front of them still needs to make a stop now, and it is the race-leading car of Joshua Soto. Not pitting this time. Again, not afraid of that wall on the front straight. Not afraid at all. Not afraid of any of these walls, I don't get the sense. And there's some witness marks to attest to it.
Yeah, interesting though that Soto's seeming to want to run this all the way out until it's out of fuel. Ooh.
He's wanting to run it all the way out, that's for sure. Gets the outside tyres on the grass, gets a big sideways moment there. He's pushing this thing. Does that mean a pit stop is not far away? I think all 50 laps of this stint, though, he's been pushing it, not dissimilar to how it looks now.
Yeah, so his fastest lap of the race during this stint, and still going hard. That was 25 odd laps ago, but still.
It'll be close when this team pits, though, because Love Racing were about 15 seconds behind when they pitted, and I think they've chipped away, maybe 5 or so seconds as an undercut on those newer tyres since then. Meanwhile, Pinky's Out is still reeling them in. It was 25 seconds between Love Racing and Pinky's Out a while ago. And now it's just 14. The race leader pits, Joshua Soto, on the lane, and in a moment we'll know what the gap is like between the top 3 in this final run to the end in ChampCar iRacing 4 Hours of Charlotte. Surely Joshua Soto gives it back to Jordan Johnson, who was again one of the quickest drivers on circuit in the first stint. They take the fast repair. They erase all of the sins of Joshua Soto, and Jordan Johnson gets in for the run to the flag. Here's Love Racing.
Yeah, and they're coming through the snake pit this time. As they go through 3 and 4, it'll be interesting to see what this gap looks like. Johnson still sitting, Love still rolling. Sitting here in the revs, and Johnson pulls away as Love goes into the chicane, and Johnson's going to rejoin down after the first turn. So you got to think that Love Racing's going to have maybe a 15-20 second gap by the time this gets sorted out.
I've got a stop time of about 33 seconds or so there as well. So the race lead only slightly chipped away at by the undercut from Love Racing. We still might see Alfa Velocita struggle with the tyre warm-up for the next lap or two, but then they will have the freshest tyres of anyone out on the track. Maybe that will help them at the end here as well.
Yeah, some real quality drivers up the front of the grid though. Now we've, as we kind of alluded to at the start of this race, we really do have kind of a lot of champs from the ChampCar series, but some real fast drivers out here now for these final stints.
So with your top 3 separated by 23 seconds, having all made their last driver change, their final fuel stop, only a couple of cars left that need to make one. Prancing Horses, Family Planning, and one more for Team Salem. For Most Mint Racing, they're actually in not a competitive position. Obviously, they lost almost an hour to changing the engine, but then they rejoined the race with about an hour 25 to go. So I think they might need to take some fuel. Not that it's unfortunately going to be of any great consequence to them. 20, 30, 34 laps down to the race leader. And then also critically 30 laps down to the next car for position, which is Team Salem, who are only a couple of minutes away from being able to park it, and Most Mint not being able to usurp them. So Love Racing and Pinky's Out still taking time out of the race leaders on these outlaps as Jordan Johnson tries to bring his tyres in. It was 11 seconds. Now it's about 9. That's a bad slide coming on to the banking there for Jordan Johnson.
And I was going to say that Johnson will have had to take a lot of, or will have been missing for a long time. So the track temp has changed a lot. The track conditions have changed a lot since he was last out here. So, down to 79 degrees, and our sun is nearly setting behind the bleachers at this point. Almost everywhere on the track, in fact, everywhere on the track is in the shadows at this point. So we're going to rapidly see the behavior of this track change, and it does make a guy wonder what these setups are going to feel like as we come to this final part of the race.
It makes a fellow wonder, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
We are in, fair to say, sort of a three-way fight here for the win at this stage, and it's that sort of, there's always a bigger fish moment where Love Racing have been catching the leaders. Pinky's Out have definitely been catching Love Racing, having brought the gap down between second and third from 25 seconds down to just 10 where it stands at the moment.
Yeah, last time by, Pinky's Out took 1.5 seconds out of the leader. So, I mean, there's that. But then Love Racing also took 0.3 out of the leader. But like you said, it takes a couple laps to get these tires in. So I have to give Jordan Johnson his due, give him a few laps to get this thing rolling up at speed and get comfortable with what the turning points are going to look like. And he's already starting to look a little bit more comfortable this time through the snake pit.
A good driver with 10 seconds in hand will say, all right, let's bring the tires in a little more gently and we don't need to take too much risk. And then when they get, to the good spot, we can start to push on, which I think is what's starting to happen. Big ride through the curves, but he doesn't scrape up against the wall like his teammate Joshua Soto did, but then runs quite deep in at one there and a couple stabs on the brake pedal to try to get the thing to turn in. In theory, as the track gets colder, the car gets a bit more stuck and a little more understeery.
Yeah. iRacing always, the behavior relative track and setup is always a little bit weird, though. Will be interesting to see how that shakes out. 28.7 last time by, though, from Jordan Johnson, so he's put nearly 9/10 onto Love Racing in second there, but still losing a few tenths to Sven Demo behind. Sven put 5/10 on him last time by.
Yeah, and only 3/10 away from the fastest lap of the race, which remains a 127.9, the only lap, I think, that has been within the 127s of this race. You'd need it to get quite a bit cooler for the tyres that are now 20 laps old for Sven Demmel to keep him at that kind of lap time.
We're going to get up under the lights here. It's getting pretty dark out there.
Now, we might see the car headlights, but I don't believe we're going to see the stadium lights.
I was thinking to myself, I don't even know if they have lights around this place. The 600.
The thing is, they do for the oval.
The
question: what did you just say? The Coke 600 doesn't happen under lights?
No. Said the 600 happens under lights.
Okay. All right, but I don't believe that the infield is lit quite the same.
I'm Googling to see.
Anyway, these are proper race cars, so they've got headlights anyway.
It was the first modern super speedway to host night racing, according to my Googling.
doesn't look comfortable to try to go this fast consistently at this track. It's just a little too risky up against the wall in many of these places, out of the final corner, through the first part of the lap here. Even on the exit of turn 2, which you think of as a bit of a nothing corner, there seems to be that little bit of the wall that just sticks out there alongside the pit exit on the opposite side of the track.
So what do we figure? 32 laps to go. Sven's still taking chunks out of the leader.
Call it half a second a lap at the moment.
If he can do that for 30 straight laps, he'll get within a second or two. They probably won't get all the way there. It'll be a real fight for them. Oh, seeing one. Oh, that's the leader spinning on the exit of the snake pit.
Jordan Johnson, the race leader. Dramas, what has happened?
He's just gotten it a bit wrong on the way in. Car gets bumping over the big bumps. Takes too much of that inside curve, and when it comes down, he's got the wheel pointed the other way. Car whips around on him, and he gets the thing pointed the right way, but that's cost him a lot of time. Nick Love goes to the lead.
Yeah, Nick Love's gotten past him. Nick Love leads this race. Alpha Velocita, Jordan Johnson in second, only 2 seconds ahead of Pinky's out Sven Demel, and what was a 20-second spread across the top 3 evaporates in an instant down to just 5 or 6 seconds with a handy leading margin. The snake pit has bit a bad ride over the curbs, and the race leader gets sent back to second place, and it's no longer hypothetical what happens in 40 minutes time between Alpha Velocita and Pinky's out. They can see each other on track, first, second, third, covered by just about nothing at the moment.
Yeah, it's gotten real out there all of a sudden. We'll have to see what these folks have when they're close together.
Nick Love also got checked up a little bit as he tried to pass the stricken car on the exit of the snake pit. Cost him a little bit of time, so he finds himself 2 seconds ahead of Jordan Johnson. He's only 2 seconds ahead of Sven Demel. What would have been a 6-second spread is now just 4, because it also cost Nick Love time relative to Pinky's out and Sven Demel. In some of these shots, there they are, first, second and third, all within that length of the back straight.
Well, and think about it, Love racing after all those dramas early on in the race, and now all of a sudden they're leading. The twists are coming.
Nick Love back in the car, back on the track, and he is also a Club Carolinas driver. Wouldn't he love to stand in victory lane with the car that bears his name here at Charlotte? And definitely someone who would say, oh, $150 of ChampCar credit, 150 Champ bucks, yes please. He's got his own Love racing car that he enters.
All the guys would love to share in that, I bet.
And his teammate Sean Saputra would say, yes, good, cut me in as well, because those two race together in that car in the real world as well. It's still compressing amongst the top 3, covered by now just a total of 3 seconds, because Johnson's catching Love, Sven Demel's still catching Johnson, and there is your leading 3. At the same time, Family Planning Brian LeBlanc is back on the lane. Yeah, they were still going to need one more stop in that car, so I think they might have thought, hey, how about a little early, get some new tyres, potentially. Tyler Agostino gets back in. I'm not sure if I saw any damage for the number 6.
No damage, but seeing Agostino get back in makes sense. He's shown some good pace in that car.
Okay, well, with our focus on the leaders, there's less than a second. Jordan Johnson wanting to reclaim the lead of this race from Nick Love. It's bearing down on him quite quickly. And they are now crossing the start-finish line. And it isn't always a bigger fish scenario, because, well, Johnson catches him, so then Demel catches the both of them. That's why I think Johnson might look to strike quickly here to put a car between himself and what he might think is his biggest rival. That Red Devil back there in third. You'd be forgiven for thinking they were teammates here. 2 black Mustangs up front, but that is not the case. Nick Love and Jordan Johnson. Pure rivals here. The front bumper to the rear bumper coming onto the speedway. It halts the progress for Johnson, who's quick through those corners but couldn't carry the speed off. Gets checked up because of it. 1 second now to cover all of the top 3. More than an hour, almost an hour and a half since the last caution. Fate and circumstance have brought them all together in the final round, the final stint of the race. They're all 3 of them within 3 car lengths now as they come off the snake pit. Nick Love not letting Jordan Johnson pass. Johnson trying to find an alternative line to get a good exit, not able to do it. And here is Sven Zemmel as well to finish off this lap. Who is going to play it risky and who's going to play it safe?
Oh, it's going to be a real showdown at the front here. 40 minutes to go. And Love Racing's already got to be thinking, how long can I hold these guys off? And the 2 of them are thinking, how long can you hold off the other guy? You really want to be the first guy to make it around the club. And up the inside goes that car, that Alpha car. 2 wide into 3, and the inside usually wins here.
They check each other up, going 3 wide in the infield. Sven Demmel smells an opportunity to go from third to first as they went 2 wide through 3 and 4 in front of him. They both got a wide. Alpha Velocita gets the wall. Nick Love spins, hits the wall. Oh my goodness. And Sven Demmel and Pinky's Out take the lead.
Oh, heartbreak. Super easy to do. You run it a little bit too wide. You touch the grass. You're on the brakes. Everything's loaded up on that side of the car. And you spin. I'm impressed Jordan Johnson managed to catch it. Sven Demmel takes that car from 5th place, 6th place, what was it? And now it leads.
My oh my, all happening in a couple of spacer corners. Jordan Johnson at turn 4 wanted to get down the inside. He did. They remained side by side. They cost themselves some speed. And Sven Demmel went down the inside of both of them. The cars on the outside both pushed wide. Jordan Johnson getting a tank slapper on the grass, but Nick Love getting a spin and going nose first into the wall out there as well.
All the cars carry on, so no caution.
Nick Love also, carries on, doesn't pit. No meatball there, but the car doesn't look quite right for Nick Love.
Was Jordan Johnson giving back a slowdown there? It was kind of interesting. He must have had a slowdown from the chicane at the start-finish line because there was a couple extra brake taps going through turn number 1. Yeah, I believe that was an extra slowdown. But that's
so now a 2.5 second lead for Pinky's Out.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Now, Demmel got in the car with 80 minutes to go. Was it 85? 80? So we'll have to see.
It was basically, on the dot of 80 minutes to go.
He took 31 seconds of fuel. The Alpha car behind took 34. So it makes me wonder if they went 100% fuel or if there is some fuel saved to be done here by Demmel to get to the end. Because Johnson stopped much later. But what is that, 15 laps later and still took more fuel?
Keep in mind that the stop before that for Pinky's Out was under a caution where I think we would have expected them to have brimmed the tank. So the tank would have been full at the start of that stint, and then they've come in early. They wouldn't have needed, 40 seconds, 50 seconds to completely fill up the car. Prancing Horses come in after 62 laps, and they will be one of the last cars that need to stop. I think, so Team Salem still need one, and most Mint are a question mark depending on how they want to play it. But no matter what they do, it doesn't really seem to matter. His Prancing Horses for their final stop.
I'm kind of interested to see the contrast. Prancing Horses tries really hard to make the one stop or the one driver swap work. And in this instance, the way the cautions felt wasn't quite what they needed. So they're going to pay the price with this extra stop, or with having taken an extra stop under green. The flexibility of the third driver can't be underestimated in these races.
So we've had a couple of leaders throughout the day, haven't we? There was Alpha Velocita for a while, then after the first caution, Prancing Horses cycled to the front, built out a little bit of a lead. We've had just a little bit of love racing, and now it's Pinky's out.
Jordan Johnson's gone and pulled what we'd call a Josh Soto through turn number 1 there. He's kissed the outside wall with the rear end, putting their trademark damage on the right-hand side of that car.
Maybe we should ride on board with the 07 for a bit then. 3 seconds off the lead, not wanting the leader to get too far away, but with only a few options left to pull, we've seen what ought to be the final stops, and as Sven Zemmel starts to build a little bit of a lead, John Johnson will wonder what he can do to bring this car back into the fight. The only hope is that maybe they've got slightly newer tyres and they go away from Pinky's out. Let's ride on board a couple more laps here with Alpha Velocita, Joshua Soto and Jordan Johnson. Back with you. That was your second place driver at the moment in Alfa Velocica, Jordan Johnson, trying to catch the race leader, but the race leader is getting away, and the race leader is catching some traffic. In front of him, he finds Family Planning and Drive Trainer Motorsport. And in this case, Family Planning are also trying to put a lap on Drive Trainer Motorsport. So, again, another case that there's always a bigger fish. So, Sven trying to lap one car that's trying to lap another car. And we're going to see Family Planning get to the inside for the snake pit here. Drive Trainer Motorsport, let them have it. And your race leader very sensibly sees two cars side by side in front of him and decides, I'm not going to throw it in there. And on the exit of the corner, he gets by Drive Trainer Motorsports and then will need to shape up on, well, catch and then shape up on Family Planning. Tyler Agostino only recently back in that car in the last 7 laps.
Yeah, that was really clean and patient from our leader, well executed. But more traffic in the near future, that's for sure, for our leader. We're seeing probably 2-3 more cars that we're likely to need to lap here before the end of the race ahead of him.
And the next battle is going to be Family Planning here are catching Heartland Autosport, and are only 5 seconds behind them. You can see Heartland just a little bit up the road here. They're also catching their own bit of traffic, trying to put a lap on Will Nonamaker in the Team Salem car.
Yeah, Agostino's had good pace. He's been one of the only other cars, I guess there's a few cars now with fresh tires and a colder track running in the 29s. Sun's actually back on the track now. It's gone down low enough that it's peaked out the side of the bleachers. So track temps are still low, 78, but very late in the evening. Getting down to, what is that, 7:45 in sim time?
Yes, sir. That's what it is. So finishing 8:15. Apparently, sunset is 8:46 or something like that. So that's kind of the conditions we're going to have towards the end of this race. So Heartland Autosport, the number 64, that lap, a 1:31. It's a 1:29 for Family Planning, pulling 2 seconds out of them. Heartland still not able to get around Will Nonamaker, and they're not right at the rear bumper where they should be forcing their way through either.
Yeah, definitely costing themselves some time by not being able to make this move like right away, and feeling it. Probably feeling the pressure from the rear view mirrors too at this point.
And my persistent, unending shoulder devil in the form of Bill Salen has told me that actually Will Nonamaker has only recently unlapped himself off of Heartland Autosport.
George Johnson makes a nice move up the inside of Drive Trainer Motorsports as they get onto the banking that time. But it was a little touch and go. It's a little bit sketchy to put yourself between the outside car and the inside piece of concrete that denotes the entry onto NASCAR 1 and 2.
Whoa, that's a nasty, nasty ride through the snake pit. I don't see a slowdown for it.
Yeah, you might have made that work. That was a hell of a jump.
One incidents though, so they're getting those somewhere, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's there. Team Salem Will Nonamaker, he stops. They're going to make their final stop of the race, and that actually clears up a little bit of the track for some of what else is going on. Like, by the end of this lap, I think Tyler Agostino is going to be all over the back of Dakota Knapp. Still, he's got to think about, hey, I'm trying to catch this car in front of position, but I've got the outright leader right behind me, and you don't want to make a mistake like that. Maybe just let the leader go, and then they are definitely going to catch who you're trying to catch quite quickly as well.
Yeah, Agostino's been putting in some really solid laps, so it hasn't been costing Demel time to follow him, but it has been, it has been probably causing a little more stress than you'd like to have in the driver's seat. Real wide there from Johnson that time onto the banking. Sorry, I'm just just talking as I watch around the circuit. Things are getting hot here in the last 30 minutes of the race.
The track is cooling off. The racing is heating up. Isn't it funny how that works?
Classic. Let's see. It was a much cleaner line that time through the bus stop. But I must say that despite the fact that Jordan Johnson jumped all those curbs, he was actually pretty quick last time by. That was 29.0. Even though he jumped like the curbs and maybe a small mountain as well.
Your race leader trying to get by Heartland Autosport at the moment. And Heartland Autosport go into the wall, the one I was talking about on the exit of turn number 2, as they're trying to give space to the race leader on the inside. They've wandered out, found the wall, and now family planning on the back of them. But have a look here. They go wide in one. The race leader says, "Oh, are you letting me by?" Gets to the inside for turn number 2. Heartland, they get offline, they get out wide. They have a very square but very big hit with the wall. And when we get to the live pictures, you'll see they are now under immense pressure from family planning. This for a top 5 here. Tyler Agostino's been closing in the gap and closing in the gap, and now he's there. And they've only got a little while to sort this out before Jordan Johnson will be, asking to lap them.
Yeah, only one prize on offer for first place in this race, but there is the season-long angle to consider, and so these guys are going to be really caring about how the points finish. Heartland would like to get out on track with their new car in 2025. And they hold it cleanly into that last chicane. So we'll see. It looks like we'll have a nice little battle there for 5th place for the near future. Josh Soto's going to be catching up to them shortly here as well. Now only about 5 seconds back on track, maybe, if that. Sorry, Jordan Johnson in that Alpha car. But while we wait for him to catch up, I think the closest battle on track is still this battle for 5th and 6th. So let's watch. This time, Tyler Agostino gets a bit of a run. Dakota Knapp turns in a little bit late, stays high, and it looks like he's going to stay high. I'm not sure if he's letting Agostino by, or if that was just a poor choice of line. It looked pretty deliberate.
Or if he got a little wide off the exit, saw the car to his inside and didn't want to chop down on him.
Yeah, either way. Good respectful driving there from Knapp. Maybe figures he can put some pressure on Agostino ahead, carry on with them in the draft, that sort of thing. It's just kind of funny to see little puffs of smoke that Sven Bendel leaves behind in front of him as his tires lock and unlock and jump and all that.
"23 minutes left, racing into the sunset on the Charlotte Motor Speedway Roval. Not just a Champ Car prize on the line for the race winner here, but also at season's end, the best cumulative results of the 4 races gets another additional prize to go with it."
Yeah, free racing, real prizes. It's a pretty dang good deal.
All the information to come iRacing with us is at forum.champcar.org for the regular series races, for these enduro races, for all the practice sessions, and also some tips and tricks and hardware reviews and stuff like that.
Yeah, we do a whole lot of this stuff. If your favorite league is looking for commentary, we do that too. So we run, got all kinds of experts around here.
Now, family planning Spinny Boys in 5th at the moment. Tyler Agostino's getting into his groove. He's past Heartland Autosports. But he's only about 16 seconds behind Prancing Horses after they've made their stop. And if Austin Knight doesn't get his head down, or if he has just a little mistake, could be worrisome for them because towards the end here, Agostino is still keeping it moving. Potentially the 4th fastest car on track. Maybe even, well, yeah, maybe even 3rd. Quicker than Prancing Horses and quicker than Love Racing last lap. There's Alpha Velocita putting the lap on Heartland.
Yeah, and Heartland does a good job of making it easy on them.
Velocita. Alpha Velocita. Okay, I've practiced it now.
It's not a sound that I know. What's a Velocita?
I don't know.
Oh! And Jordan Johnson goes and tags the wall again at the line this time. That was a little dramatic on the exit of the chicane. But as you can tell, he's still pushing hard. And despite that little tag, that was 28.8. That was a quick lap.
Why has the passenger footwell got a track map of Brands Hatch Indy?
Well, now you've got me wondering.
That's not what it is, but it's almost what it looks like. So they appear over the crest, coming out of the infield section and back onto the speedway. The lead now, though, out to 8 seconds for Pinky's out.
Yeah, still got all 9 cars circulating on track. As I say that, Andrew Kosick has a moment going into the final chicane. He'll recover, but wanted to try and punish me for mentioning him. Dives in a little bit late here, you'll see.
Mustang of Theseus for most mid racing as we take a look at the replay. Yeah, wide of the first bit, wide out the second bit. No hit off the wall, but just got in there way too hot. It's not the same motor or bumper
Or is it?
or other that started the race.
But it is the same car.
Yeah, okay.
Pinky's out up to 9 seconds at the lead now. And still have the buffer of family planning between them. Pretty calm out on track. Got big gaps everywhere.
You wanted to say it, huh?
I just wanted to see if, anything could happen. Andy Kosick hits the pit lane. This one might be scheduled for fuel based on when they last stopped. They'll have done about 52 laps. No, 42 laps. So we'll see if he puts one of the other most racing guys.
Thomas Smith was his teammate. But no, just a little splash of fuel to get that car to the end by the look of it.
Mm-hmm.
Incident points. What have we got? 7 for family planning, 7 for Drive Trainer Motorsports, 21 for Most Mint, 23 for Heartland, 8 for Prancing Horses, 16 for Pinky's Out, 15 for Love Racing, 12 for Team Salem, and 34 for Alfa Velocita.
Yeah, it's been a clean race, all things considered. I think Velocita's gotten half of theirs from tagging the wall.
There might be a 1x from getting a little too airborne through the snake pit here. I'm not sure, but there's got to be a point where you can find a 1x somewhere there.
I think so.
So then 12 laps to go by the count that I've got. 16 minutes means we've been racing almost 3 hours, 45 minutes of the ChampCar, 4 hours of Charlotte, our second of 4 endurance length ChampCar special events on iRacing for the year.
Love Racing is looking to put the move on Drive Trainer Motorsports. Doesn't get it easily that time. Going into the last chicane, we'll see if another move presents itself here shortly, and it does as Bowie Suin makes way on the entry into turn number 1. May have surprised Drive Trainer there because Drive Trainer kind of held their line and didn't give him any space going into that last chicane, but then quickly got out of the way going through 1. There'll be a better result here potentially for Nick Love. After what was a disappointing first race, they'll be feeling better about this one.
Yeah, I was having a look again at those results from race 1, 4 hours of Summit Point. And Love Racing were last in that, 13th, Most Mint 11th. So good improvement for Love Racing on that metric.
And even Most Mint here is going to improve with being 30 laps down. They'll need to have continued all the way to the end here to make this result count in the points. So in our point structure, we do a ChampCar style. So lowest score matters, and it's average of your finishing positions. But because we recognize we're filling your schedule with more virtual race events as well as real ones that you'd normally be doing, we offer the drivers 1 drop week on the Enduro season. So best 3 finishes are what counts towards your final total. Sven Demmel demonstrates the jump in the curbs line through the chicane.
Yeah, he's still within 2/10 of the fastest lap of the race at the moment. So still banging out the lap times, taking the race lead out to 14 seconds at the moment. They were one of the first cars to pit when the window opened. That was 44 laps ago. There will be 10 more to go now, which will take this stint out to 50.
I think we've lost our Australians, some kangaroos. But as he was saying, about 13 minutes left, about 10 laps to go. Ooh, and Demmel's just had what I'd call a slow slide through there. And even with this gap, if those tires start to go, we'll have to remember that he's running these tires a whole heck of a lot longer. Currently on lap 44 on those tires, while the other car out front there, Jordan Johnson in that Alpha car, they're only on lap 28. So if Sven Demmel's tires hit a cliff, this could be a significant factor for the end of this race. We'll see how much that slide shows up at the line.
Not driving like they've got 15 seconds of lead and 12 minutes of racing left to go. Demel's still flying across the curbs, getting the rear bumper within an inch of the concrete walls through the opening part of the lap on the Charlotte Roval.
Well, last time by was off of his normal totals, but not so far off. 28.6 that time. Still good for fastest on the track, but, you know, slower than usual. And in case you're wondering about, you know, what kind of fancy fast equipment this guy must be running, as far as I know, he's running a basic G27. So you don't have to invest an arm and a leg to be ludicrously fast.
He was streaming some GT4 stuff the other day. Just had to have a look if he's streaming now, but I don't think he is. I think I follow him, so he would have come across my dashboard if he was.
I think he's out knows how to make sure they got the fastest guys in the car.
Awfully nice for the race to be scheduled for Europeans to be able to participate by being a little earlier in the North American afternoon compared to the Wednesday night league. Obviously, that's tougher for anyone outside of the time zone.
I've noticed
9:30 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays for the 1 hour racing, the year-long league.
I'm going to say, Haynes, if my maths is correct, you've gone from 4 a.m. till 8 a.m. over there.
It's something like that. Yep. Having a look at prancing horses. They were just putting a lap on someone, were they?
Prancing horses is about to be lapped, I believe.
Yes, indeed. Pinky's out behind them.
Yeah, Pinky's out catching up. And we'll see.
Here they are, high on the banking, and the race leader goes through.
Really nice. And demo really showing, you know, if you can do it one time, you can do it a million times. But if you can't do it once, you're gonna pay the price. And that's kind of the way damage works in the sim world. I feel like if you jumped it over the curbs that hard, you know, for 4 hours, you'd probably start to see things bend and deflect a little bit in the real world.
You're looking for all new control arms and other stuff. Maybe you need to get your shocks revalved a little more often.
Yeah, probably all that.
I think family planning took a second out of Prancing Horses last lap, but Prancing Horses did get up high on the banking to let the leader through, so I don't think that's a trend. And with 6 laps left, they're going to need more like 2 seconds a lap for family planning to be able to catch them, given they're currently 15 seconds behind. They are closing in slowly, but they need to be closing in quickly, I would say.
Yeah, that's always what you'd like to do. Or they need a little bit of drama ahead, and there's never any shortage of that. So it has, well, I mean, I won't say it. It's like saying saying that weather word, well, you know, the rain word when you're at a regular racetrack. In the sim, we don't have rain yet.
Hashtag soon.
Hashtag soon.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that looks like when it arrives, because at the moment, just ticking the old generate weather box that takes into account the time of year and that, and goes, partly cloudy and moderate temperatures, but then it starts to go, oh yeah, how about I generate some rain at some point in a 4-hour race?
It'll definitely make our
very interesting.
Definitely make our scheduling a little bit tougher. Have to be conscious of when the rainy season is in a lot of these places if we're generating based on days.
Tyler Agostino is looking just a tiny bit up the road there.
Yeah, he's still following the Alpha car ahead, trying to catch a little whiff for that draft. Agostino still quick out there, but running a little slower than the Alpha car ahead, on average anyway. His tire is even fresher than the ones on that Alpha though. And if tire wear was a concern, well, Pinky's Out has kind of put that to bed, because Sven Demmel's just gone and run the second 1 minute 27 of the race on the 49th lap on those tires. He knows how to drive a racing mobile on the simulator, let me tell you. First time I ever met a guy who they described as an alien. That's that guy.
More of a robot. It is known now. But he is the race leader, and with an ever extending margin, his foot's still absolutely to the throttle in the closing stages of this race. And it will be 4 more laps from where he stands at the moment. Short little roval that this is. They don't take too long.
We're hearing a little bit more of the story. Apparently, Alpha Velosta. Did I get it right that time? No, I didn't. Apparently, Alpha is not just backing it off and kind of locking in their second place. Jordan Johnson's also lost force feedback. So he's driving that car with one hand tied behind his back, you could say, not necessarily able to feel what the car is telling him. So hard to do, and he's still putting in some pretty impressive times, all things considered. But giving up more and more time as we continue on here. 3 minutes, 3 laps.
So, outside of the outrageous, not a lot of chance for too much to happen in the end. 20 seconds between first and second, 24 seconds between second and third, 50 seconds between third and fourth, and fourth being caught by fifth, but with only 3 laps left to go, that 13 seconds is going to be very, very, very tough for Carl Agostino to do anything about. He is still pulling away from Heartland Autosport that we saw him pass not all that long ago in this stint, and Heartland have got a lap over Drive Trainer, who've got I've got to read the right column, 2 laps over Team Salem, and of course Most Mint Racing lost an engine and cost themselves a whole lot of time with that, but got back out here and are looking to finish this race.
couple good races out there for folks. I think the family planning team will be pretty happy with their 5th place finish. Coming into it with a lot of experience in Miatas, but not a lot of experience in Mustangs, by my understanding. And Prancing Horses has tried something strategy-wise with the one pit stop or the one driver change only. Hasn't quite worked for them, but last time around, that was a very successful strategy, must be said. So sometimes the dice roll your way and sometimes they don't.
Now I'm seeing the leader cross the line with 1:45 seconds on the clock. Means there's going to be 2 more, seeing as we've got lap times around about the 1:28s, 1:29s here. A little bit slower in this race, it'll have been a lap shorter, but no white flag this time. It will remain safely stowed until the aircraft has landed and taxied to its gate.
Will be a little interesting to see if anyone's done their fuel math wrong with the race going a lap longer than they might have expected at the time of the pit stop.
Also keep in mind we've been full green since then as well. Almost every other stint so far in this race has been interrupted somewhere, somehow by the cautions for most teams, which of course saves you a little bit of fuel, because when you're going flat out at 130 miles an hour on the speedway, you tend to burn a little more than when you're doing 45 miles an hour behind the off-brand Kia sedan with a little light bar on the roof.
Major fuel save that time. Lifting at the 4 from Sven.
He's still got a 20-second and increasing lead as he comes around the speedway of turns 3 and 4 to the final chicane, where the white flag will be waved over Charlotte Motor Speedway. Pinky's out to come from 4th on the grid. There it is. Oh, he springs into action, does our friend Barney, to signify the start of the final lap of the race. It's getting dark. It's about time.
Man, the guy is good at waving the flag, must be said. Oh, and he even kicks up a little smoke there. A little dust off the outside wall. Tries
Lift
it
and
out.
coast might be just to save enough so that there's still fuel to do a little burnout or a donut, mayhaps. 9 cars started. 9 cars are going to finish in the ChampCar iRacing 4 Hours of Charlotte.
Yeah, valiant effort from Alpha Velocita that will result in a 2nd place, and they'll probably be leading the points, you gotta think, after that. We'll have to do some math. 1st place overall last time out, 2nd place this time.
Only other maybe disappointment, Heartland Autosport started on the front row of the grid and they've ended up back in 6th at the end of this one.
Okay.
So to the final corner. Pinky's out. Didn't really lead at all in the first 2 hours. Got a massive coast into the final chicane. But Sven Demmel will come out, take the checkered flag, and along with his teammates, Pinky's out, take the win in the ChampCar iRacing 4 Hours of Charlotte. David Martin and Alex Harrison combining with him for that victory. And there comes Jordan Johnson, Alpha Velocita for 2nd. And Love Racing are dropped back a lot on this final lap as well, but they are not going to lose out on 3rd. Prancing Horses and Family Planning have already taken the checkered flag. Autosport about to take the checkered flag in 6th as they're a lap down. Love Racing, the last car on the lead lap.
So when it comes to a quiet close, feels a bit like how as sort of a lot of endurance races do.
Well, if you've got about 3.5 exciting hours in a 4-hour race, it seems that the last 30 were the last 30. So this is the result now that they've all taken the checkered flag. Pinky's out, like I said. Sven Demmel, David Martin, Alex Harrison, the winners. Alpha Velocita, as there is going to be the victory donuts from the winner. And Alpha Velocita Jordan Johnson, Joshua Soto, and the podium completed by Love Racing, Nick Love, and Sean Saputra. Rest of them, Prancing Horses, Family Planning, Heartland Autosport, Drive Trainer Motorsport, Team Salem, and Most Mint Racing. Well, I am going to go in search of some of our podium. And to that end, I think I can grab all of our race winners. David, Sven, Alex, congratulations. Alex, start with you. How are you feeling after that?
You know, better now that the pedals are working, but I also think the rest of the team might have went to the broadcast booth. I think they left me.
Oh,
No, that's where you are, sir.
Oh, okay. You moved me. Oh, yeah, good, man. It was great. Thanks to... I'm sorry to whoever's car I totaled out when my pedals disconnected themselves, but I mean, David and Sven were able to bring it back. It was awesome.
Congratulations also, David Martin. Your thoughts on 4 hours of Charlotte and coming through, taking the win?
well, it was pretty fun. This track is not my favorite, but we went out with a goal just to try to be smooth, not hit anything, and just see where we ended up. Probably as far as my stint, one of my biggest wins was I dropped out of the battle for like third and fourth, I think, because it was getting a little too hairy, and it ended up playing out well because I didn't take damage, and I think they took damage early on. So pretty proud of what I did. Finn is freaking fast as could be. So big props to him.
And Sven, most laps completed in the car. You bring it to the checkered flag, and I'm sure your other two teammates very pleased with you.
Yeah, I hope they are, but I feel like they are. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to do more laps than the other two, but I had to jump in when Alex's internet failed. So I had a little stint in between until he was reconnected. But yeah, other than that, this little hiccup, our race went really well. We had like no incidents, no contacts really, a little bit side by side, but yeah, it was really clean from us and it worked out in the end. And man, I'm so hyped after that three wide pass. Like I saw them going too wide and was like, yep, that's gonna happen now. I'm gonna do this. And it worked out really nice. Yeah, made it really easy on a track that's usually hard to pass at.
Yeah, exactly. I'll come back to you, Alex. It's built inside of a speedway, but a lot of it plays like a street circuit. Really nasty curbs, walls close behind. Certainly different to where we kicked off the Endurance Championship racing at Summit Point.
Yeah, but that's what makes it fun, right? Having walls close makes it really scary to drive.
Congratulations to all three of you. Parting thoughts from Charlotte, and I guess there's a couple things on the car. Alex or David, you're going to have to shout them out.
I mean, we got to thank Derby for putting it all together. Pinky's Out, Danger Racing, all those guys helped us with our car. They throw me in their cars. So, I mean, it's a family thing, man, and it's great to just have everybody here, and we're still having fun on the weekend. We're not at the track.
Yeah, I agree. If I could say, I mean, Pinky's Out is such a great team. Everyone comes to the track to put in their effort, help out, and they're all fast when they get in the car, and it's just a great kind of family atmosphere. So it's a great team, fortunate to be a part of. And yeah, thanks to them, especially Chris Huggins, for putting all that together.
Our race winners from ChampCar, iRacing, 4 Hours of Charlotte, Pinky's Out, Alex Harrison, David Martin, and Sven Demmel. Now I continue the shuffle as they leave us, and we look further down the podium to find our second place finishers from Alpha Velocita. They both appear to be standing by, so we can get Josh Soto and Jordan Johnson. And right off the bat, we have, for the last 4 hours, 15 minutes, probably butchered the team name. What would you call it, guys?
Alpha Velocita. Yeah. Yeah, that's the name of the team name.
And Jordan, hopefully I've got you. Started the race, finished the race inside of sort of the top 3 all race long. A lot of laps led. You come away with second.
Yeah, I'm really gutted by that, honestly. As soon as I left the pits, I had no force feedback. It's an issue I've had with my wheel before, but normally it turns back on after a power cycle, which I did when I spun and didn't come back. And I was just spending that entire stint just chewing the front tires, and I had no chance. So really defeating, because I know there's nothing really I could have done aside from practicing with no force feedback, which makes absolutely no sense, but it is what it is. That's motorsports. Mechanical issues happen.
Still more of these endurance races left in the calendar to continue to bank some good results. Second is not bad either, which would seed you well for the final race. A lot of prizes still to be won. We're going to see you for some of those remaining races. Now you've shown the pace that you absolutely can have.
Yeah, I wouldn't see why not. I enjoy coming out to these races, running some of these lower class cars that typically avoid in the iRacing series, so it's fun to run. Definitely will be out for.
And Josh, a different co-driver for you this time around than at Summit Point.
Oh yeah, the teammate that I had at Summit Point, he's busy. He had a race in real life that he was attending to. So that's pretty much why that I have another team for this race.
Interesting, and congratulations to you guys. Really set a bar that was difficult for anyone else to surpass. And congratulations on a second place.
Thank you. Oh yeah, thank you.
Okay, Josh Soto and Jordan Johnson from Alpha Velocita. Third place was Love Racing, and I don't see them around, unfortunately. They know where to find us, and we love them. They love racing, but they're not here to have a chat with us post-race. That begins to wrap up our coverage of the ChampCar iRacing 4 hours of Charlotte. Again, the winners, pinkies out, 3-driver combination in the Ford Mustang on the Roval. As far as ChampCar iRacing series goes for the remainder of the year, we'll see you next August 2nd at VIR in the NC Miata, but there'll be a practice round before that. So head to forum.champcar.org, check out the schedule, join the iRacing League, all of that good stuff. The next endurance race, August 19th at Mid-Ohio in the TCR, and then WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in the ND Miata, November 4th. More prizes to give out, more great racing, and hopefully more strategy to tickle the strategy brains of our drivers as well, because that certainly played in more than just raw car speed as well today at Charlotte. I've been David Haynes with Devin Peters and Michael Derby, and that's been the ChampCar iRacing 4 hours of Charlotte.